Hey, all right, there we go. I updated OBS, so of course the audio source is broke. Let me hop on over here and greet you properly. What is up, Mimic Box? What's up, Soletta? What's up, Goaty _ Welcome, welcome. I'm looking probably feeling a little disheveled. We had a blistering heat today, whopping 23, maybe 24 degrees. Like the first time we've had over 20 degrees in about 2 weeks, probably. Not to complain too much, but we've yet to see too much of this rumored heat wave up here. I'll say that much. But I was happy to be able to go out for a bit, not get too overly heat blasted, but just enough to feel just a little bit exhausted. What's up, Mighty C7? Welcome, welcome. But I made it back in time to have some dinner, to I don't know, unwind a little bit and get ready for the return of James Bond. I was about to dramatically grab something and hold it up to the camera like this, like, you know, the game we were going to play or something, but then I remember that I don't have the game on hand. But I do have it ready to go. Fret not. We will be embarking on the 4th, 5th, I don't know, I've lost count, adventures of GoldenEye. We're going to be playing, starting at least, the Nintendo DS version of GoldenEye 007 from 2010. The handheld variant of the Wii game, that we played about a month ago. It's been a long time. Oh yeah, I guess my alerts are broken. I remember noticing that before. I don't know if they'll unbreak. I'm not sure what's going on. But we'll see. I think specifically the community thing, I don't know, maybe it's something that's changed in like StreamerBot or what's it called? Twitch alerts. What am I, like, I'm trying to think, like, that can't be the name of the service I'm using. I can't even remember the service I'm using. Stream alerts? I don't even know what I'm using. Streamlabs? I'm not sure. It's not Stream Elements, because I remember looking into it and it was like everyone wanted to do like the move to Stream Elements because the other one was like problematic for whatever reason, and I looked into it. It's like, oh man, I can't be fucked. I'll just whatever. So I know I'm not using Stream Elements for that, but whatever. I'll figure something, because I know it's some stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm using Streamlabs. The you know, it wouldn't have been the first time that they break, but the viewer's choice community challenge thing, I don't think that. I think that's just a StreamerBot thing. I'm pretty sure there's no Streamlabs alert attached to that. Let me just take a quick look. I'm gonna suspect that it's something like a trigger in StreamerBot that might have changed. I'm gonna totally forget it, and we might as well just chill for a bit as people drop in. Actually, let me do that, because we're not doing a vacation unboxing today. Hide that thing. Let me just take a quick look at StreamerBot to see if, yeah, so hang on. Fight tax collected. Community goal, contribution, trigger, enabled, yes. Is the sound file? Oh, that could be. Hang on. All right, it's okay. That works just fine when I'm testing it. So the sound file's there. That, you know, that's not gone. Let me take a look. Oh man, how do I even set this up? Refresh triggers. How do I Where do I... Twitch... This trigger relied on Twitch pub sub, which is now obsolete, so this trigger will do nothing. It's just a placeholder until the event exists in event sub. Okay, so that makes sense. It's some deprecated Twitch feature. But can I... That new one, does that exist then? Well, I guess it doesn't, because if it did, I would be able to choose it. Well, whatever. I guess it's going to remain broken until something is fixed someplace else, which means I guess it's probably not my fault, which is good. I can't address it, which is less good, but oh well. I'll just
What have you got there? A box?
there we go. Just play that noise a little bit, and you just imagine that we oh, there we go. Netscape Navigator. There we go. I'm not going to keep doing that manually, but anyway, that solves that mystery, I suppose. Thank you for indulging me. Speaking of indulging me, let's do some box art reviewing. Why don't we? Let me get a moment to set this up. Let me save this image. If I can find the shortcut to the thing where I do the thing. There we go. And let's hop on over here. A rare Macaw 45 crawling out from under his sword. I was gonna say under his rock. That's not entirely accurate. From underneath his hermit lab, his hyperbolic time chamber. Let's see here. We are looking at the box art for AMC. Does it say? Astro Marine Corps. AMC Stormtrooper something something in the logo. From Dynamic. Shocked this one is not a repeat. I mean, no one's really keeping track, so I guess that's as likely as anything to happen. I guess, provided I can keep track of it, I might decline a repeat request. Not that I can really, like, refer to the previous review, but I would feel weird trying to re-review something I've already reviewed, I think. Again, assuming I even remember. I'm pretty sure I haven't reviewed this one, so let's go.
What have you got there? A box?
What's up, by the way, Guybrush? Born Wayne, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I assume this is an Amiga game or various European microcomputer type situation. Although I guess it's not quite... I guess it's more like Amiga era than like Spectrum stuff because it's got a proper big box and everything. Greetings, Pittsburgh. You're definitely the first person to make that joke. Congratulations. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a pretty unusual, I think, take on like Commando Man readying up to fight. I mean, even in general, like Commando Man in repose is not the most typical way to see these kinds of characters depicted on a cover. So that already is like a little bit novel. But seeing him in his, I don't know, astropod, like, I guess he's like getting up, like he's, you know, he's not wearing his oxygen mask, but he's got some of these little, whatever you call them, little medical things attached to him. I'm assuming he's not fully like readying up. Like I'm sure he's sort of inspecting his gun, just making sure, you know, crossing T's, dotting I's, that kind of thing. He's got he's got a little space age can of Coke on the floor. That's pretty good. Got a little breakfast corner there on the right, I guess. It's it's pretty well painted. Like I think it's, you know, it's obviously not like full Galaxy level god painting, but there really aren't any super odd issues in terms of like anatomy or like even perspective. I think the shape of this room and what's going on like in the background is maybe a little bit suspect, but we don't really know. Like I assume it's meant to be some kind of little, you know, like I said, some kind of space pod or, you know, something like that. It's probably not meant to be like a luxurious, you know, private quarters. What's up, Trap, Father Housekeeper, Arcadia, welcome. Doorbell woke him up. Yeah, it could be. He's he's about to greet the DHL delivery guy. I mean, could be. It's pretty cool. Like I like it. It's again a little unusual, but it's pretty evocative. This one definitely has me, you know, wanting to flip the box around to see what's on the back, because obviously like the guy himself makes it clear what the theme is. I assume it's the kind of game where we control this Astro Marine fella. You know, it's probably not an Astro Marine Corp management sim, although that would be pretty sick. But we don't really see like the setting beyond this, you know, little you know, sleep corner. So I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. What else is there to say, really? As far as like, you know, I could mention the, you know, there's no massive amounts of logos or stickers or stuff covering up. The painting is well considered with ample space. You know, there's plenty of headroom for various logo types or whatever you want to put there. I think it's kind of cool that there is that little, I guess it's like a patch logo on the left. I don't fully understand, like, conceptually I understand that that's kind of the branding of the organization within the universe of the game, and I think it's awesome that logo exists, and I think it's cool to be like to have that incorporated as part of it. But I think the actual title logo is kind of weak because it's not really I don't know, the fact that the Astro Marine Corps isn't spelled out anywhere, you have to like really squint and look at the logo with a fucking magnifying glass to see it. I think it's a little awkward. But I don't think any of that, like as far as the visual presentation, there's no, the typography or the logo design, like none of it clashes with the art in the sense that it's hard to read or, you know, obscuring the artwork or anything. So I think this is a concept that it's neat, that's reasonably well, you know, executed by kind of Amiga age standards. I think it's probably above average in terms of like painting skill. I mean, it's no like Roger Dean box or anything, but there's, I think, plenty of games that have, if not a similar theme, at least similar kind of characters that are not this competently painted. So I think it's like kind of above average, but not fully, you know, again, not reaching those actual or you know, absolute Galaxy level heights. So I think at the end of the day, it's probably a 4-star box. It's pretty good, bordering on pretty great. I think it's a very well, it's a pretty bold concept, I feel like, and it's a pretty well executed version of it. But it's maybe a little too, like, I would have preferred it. I think I would have thought more highly of it if it was more, what's the word? I don't know if serious is the word for it, but it's like, it ends up looking a little bit goofy. It's like a little too concerned with looking awesome. Like if it was, and I'm not saying the character himself should like look more pathetic or whatever, but if it was like, if he wasn't, you know, all gung-ho with his gun, but like, you know, maybe the gun and everything was like off to the side and he was literally just kind of hands in his head, just waking up, or like, you know, something to sell the kind of drudgery of what I'm assuming is like him living in this pod and only being called into action. I think that could have been a more interesting, like, high concept. So this one kind of straddles the line a little bit of just being commando man, gung-ho with his rifle, and this kind of more introspective, curious novel setting, and it doesn't like fully commit to either. I appreciate the novelty of it, but it's not, I think, as fully committed to that idea as it could have been. But still, not a bad box. I like it. I like it. We did have another review though, or a request I should say. Let me get this image ready and we'll take a look at that. I just... Oh, never mind. Thought I broke something. Let me hydrate. What kind of space books does he have here? That's a good question. Very good question. Next up, let's take a look at Kingdoms of England. How many kings does England have, like, at one time? I mean, knowing weird political history, probably a whole bunch. Who am I to say? It's very funny looking at this, because I feel like what immediately stands out is that, like, the awkward, like, well, I was gonna say, like, romance novel couple, but they've got a little bit too much of a porno vibe to fully look like romance novel cover. I mean, it's, you know, it's got a little bit of that vibe, but it's like a little too sleazy. The big guy in the center, though, he's got to be, you know, a king of some sort, I assume. He's wearing a crown. He's got a delightful beard, sideburn kind of situation. He's got an absolutely fucking furious horse. Like, he looks pretty sick. Like, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. And we got this, like, full battlefield in the back. Now, to be clear, I don't think the presence of a horny couple here is to this cover's detriment. I just think it's funny that the way the composition works with the way the colors and contrasts, like, sort of plays out across of it, those two, like, floating heads kind of, they're like where my eye is immediately drawn. Like, they command more attention than the face of this, you know, king character. And I think that's, like, probably not fully intended. I think it's a little unfortunate that this ghostly aura emanating from the horny couple and, like, swooshing past the king is sort of, you know, I guess it's trying to look at it a little closer. I guess it's that the horse has a glowing mane. Regardless of what's going on there exactly, like, it blends into the kind of sky backdrop and kind of obscures the guy's face. So, like, the king character, I feel like, is kind of lost in the composition. Like, it's very strange, this, like, really bright white sort of line across the whole thing. I think if it had been a little more subtle, or it didn't, like, you know, if the horse's mane hadn't been fully glowing, blending everything together, that could have alleviated some of that issue, perhaps. And maybe if the horse and king, like, once you have the sort of crowd with the big, like, battle scene, that also kind of blends together with stuff because it's all kind of the same colors and values. But I think it's still an awesome cover. This makes me very curious. Like, because we have the little, like, romance element, it's making me imagine some kind of Defender of the Crown, like Sid Meier's Pirates life sim / conquest sort of a, you know, sort of a game. And I have no idea if that's what this is, or even, like, remotely. But I love that it's, like, you know, it's implying this kind of multitudinous approach to representing this era and culture and like the general goings on. It is a Defender of the Crown inspired game. Yeah, I mean, I guess the title sort of, you would have to imagine that it's a game that involves some degree of politics or diplomacy or war, just with a title like that. The before or after Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I would have to assume that it's after, but I guess it's, not necessarily. Defender of the Crown was what, 87? So it depends a little bit on how soon after that these games were, I suppose. I'm a little intrigued. Like, I wouldn't say that those games are fully my jam. Like, I haven't really played many of those games much. I played a little bit of Sid Meier's Pirates, but I'm hugely into these like subculture lifestyle sims, like Zero Yon Champ and stuff like that. And these kind of scratch a similar itch in that they it's not exactly a lifestyle sim, much less like a subculture sim, but games that try to tackle like all these different aspects and sides of the subject matter in a different way, I think is pretty cool. And especially with those kinds of games, the Defender of the Crown likes, that tends to translate into a lot of different little discrete scenarios that are kind of more based on, or like more built around the presentation and what they represent, as opposed to like, very fleshed out like gameplay systems. And I don't know, I think that's like a cool, interesting approach to a game that like can be really immersive and like having all these different aspects to the kind of general fantasy that the game is trying to represent. Defender of the Crown just means strategy game with action mini games. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of I don't see it as a super firm definition. I feel like it's, I'm sure there are clones of that game, like there are many successful games, but I think of it as kind of a spectrum, I guess, where obviously there are certain Koei games that are a bit like that as well. Some are more spreadsheet heavy, some are more like map moving things around, like Risk style gameplay heavy. I mean, you would for sure, like, I think of other Cinemaware stuff, like Came from the Desert and everything. Like it's all kind of swimming around in the same pool. Sequels to this became bland, normal war game. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, I think this is pretty sick. I like this a lot. I think it's a little... It has a few more kind of technical shortcomings, I guess we could call it. But the actual painting itself, like the horse is like super well painted. The king guy, I think too, has like a very expressive face. It's very dramatic and actiony. I think it's really cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go 4 stars for this one as well. Good selection of covers today. Well, I'd like to not mince further words and not waste more time, but rather hop right back into the game's Bond fray. And finally, it's like been waiting forever, getting into some DS GoldenEye action. Let's hop to it. Ordered 7 amiibos and the Gradius 4 model kit. Did they have a sale on hobby items per chance? I'm not looking to order any more stuff at this particular juncture, granted, but I am familiar with the concept of a slippery slope. I did, in fact, for Prime Day, which is an absolute piece of shit here, by the way. You get like 5% discounts on shitty Chinese, no name, off brand, like shelving. But coincidentally, I did get the Jada DJ figure finally, because it was like finally just barely below 30 euros. So that counts as not a discount per se, but a little cheaper. So we'll have that in a few days. Anyway, is this a port of the Daniel Craig game? Well, You could call it that, I suppose. I tend to want to differentiate a little bit more, but we will get into it. This is what the game is. GoldenEye is back. Get your friends. Yeah, they went all in. We looked at some of the promotional stuff for the console game when we played that previously, and it was leaning very heavily into the popularity of the multiplayer game mode from the rare GoldenEye. This game, of course, has nothing really to do with that game. I'm sure there's some multiplayer modes that probably have, you know, some influence from the modes in that game. But the idea that that game was really good, therefore this one should be good, is I don't know that that carries much weight. Well, let's not get into that too much. The GoldenEye story comes to life once again with an updated single-player storyline featuring Daniel Craig as Bond. This handheld adaptation of the Wii remake recreates the missions and gameplay of its console sibling in simplified form, with unique touchscreen mechanics and Wi-Fi multiplayer for up to 6 players. Yes, so this is a, I guess adaptation is a good word for it. I tend to want to avoid the word port just because I find it, well, unless it is a very direct port, I should say. Because there's a lot of examples over the course of Games Bond, for example, of games being released for multiple platforms that have the same title and the same branding, and in some cases perhaps being based on the same film, etc. But are completely different games from different developers with different game designs, with different mechanics, different levels, etc. And in those cases, it can be very easy to assume that they are the same game, and slash or
what you got there? A box?
Ported one way or the other. So in the case of Quantum of Solace, for example, we played the 360 game, we played the PS2 game, we played the Java phone game, and the Nintendo DS game. That game did also come out on PS3 and Wii. I think there was a PC version as well. But even the Wii version is a very direct port of the 360 PS3 version. It has, like, technically it has some differences. It doesn't look identical. It has, you know, Wiimote aiming, but the levels, like the missions, the gameplay is all the same. So that's just like, that is a port. And of course, like it's sort of, as we get into, really, I think PS2 and Xbox is kind of the first time where there are games that are like ports. We played Agent Under Fire, but we didn't play that on PS2 and Xbox because they're the same game. Whereas The World's Not Enough on N64 and PS1 are two totally different games. So we don't necessarily play through every single port of everything. But when they're different games, we definitely need to check them out. And I think it's a meaningful distinction to make, especially in the context of some games being like the PS2 Quantum of Solace, which was a pretty cool game. And it's a game that, like, it was brought up in chat when we played it, that it's an example of a game that is like almost impossible to find any kind of critical or in general like mention of, because it was like released alongside the 360 version. So if you find review scores or just quotes or advertising or whatever, the PS2 version is going to be like probably the last one that they kind of bother advertising. And how many outlets are going to specifically review the PS2 version of a game released in 2008? Like, probably not many. So it actually becomes an interesting thing to investigate, just because it's kind of gets lost in the shuffle in a way. So it's a meaningful distinction between a port and, you know, an adaptation or whatever. So obviously, like the DS game and the Wii game aren't going to be identical. It's not, broadly speaking, I think, like I can be a stickler for certain types of details. I don't get upset or offended if someone calls, let's say, this game the DS port of the Wii game. I think in colloquial terms it makes perfect sense. But because we have a lot of these situations where the term port can very easily be misused, so to speak, I just prefer to be a little more explicit about those differences. We got a late box review entry. We shall take a look at that in a moment. But yeah, so I've been excited to get to this in the sense that I want to build some momentum and kind of push onwards with Games Bond. But I'm not terribly excited to play this. I think my patience is running thin a little bit with some of these handheld Bond games. They haven't all been terrible or anything. But it's like a common thread is that they have been like preferable to the console versions because they're shorter, sort of. Or like it's a little bit of a relief that some things have been like sort of simplified. And as I recall, the Wii game wasn't really that great to begin with. This is going to control a bit worse. It's going to be less ambitious, but I am curious to see what sort of unique elements this will be able to bring to the table, and if it can sort of justify itself as anything kind of interesting in its own right versus just a lesser version of the other game. Has anyone ever played this with 6 players? I mean, Wi-Fi implies online play, right? So I reckon that probably happened. I don't know. I don't think the multiplayer lobbies were terribly long-lived, though. Anyway, let's make a quick detour for one last box art review. Let's take a look at Grim Runner Beyond the Farthest Reaches of the Galaxy. This instantly reminds me of 2 things. It reminds me of Chris Gray's magnum opus Space Funky Bob. And it reminds me of okay, what is it called? Enemy? Is that what it's called? Tempest of Violence? The little dinosaur fella. It kind of looks like the aliens in that game, doesn't he? I think this is kind of interesting. It's certainly making me a bit curious about what kind of a game it is. I feel like the theme and the typographical approach is giving some really strong like 50s sci-fi B-movie vibes. Like I feel like that's what they're going for. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know. It could be a Contra like for all I know, but I would assume it's some kind of a like a space game that's like, you know, it's more about numbers or text or whatever than like action. But yeah, I haven't the slightest clue. Guy has a gun on the cover though, so I don't know. You know, I'm at a little bit of a loss for words. I think it's pretty cute. I think it's like, I'm curious about the formatting of the box. Is this like a double tape cassette box, or is it a like, I don't know, a 5-inch floppy sleeve? Format is definitely a little unusual, assuming it would be like the square box like this seems a little unusual if it's like an actual cardboard box for flops or whatever. But I guess, you know, PC games came in all kinds of different boxes, so maybe not too weird. But I guess if I had if I knew what format it was on and what, you know, broadly when it came out, I might be able to better picture what the box would look like. But That's neither here nor there. I think the concept is like pretty
What have
neat.
you got there? A box?
I think the composition is a little unfortunate. I think we get some really clunky tangents with the tops of the character's head just barely kind of touching the bottom of the text. And I think the blue sky backdrop is a little funky. If I can get that link, Arcadia, and if it's inappropriate, well, we'll just not do it. Yeah, that doesn't look like a real thing, so I'm gonna refund you for that one. Let me actually I will totally forget it if I don't do it right away, so let me do that. Check that one. Is that I mean, surely that's not a real thing, right? Can't be. Looks like a shit post. Anyway, I feel like if we had a little bit more of a sense of place, then this could be really cool. It's a little bit missing or lacking something in terms of like, you know, it doesn't have to be like a grandiose space opera background or anything. I think it would be totally fine. And in fact, depending on what the game is, it might be appropriate to have like a really mundane, you know, cowboy location or whatever kind of vibe to it. But we have to kind of infer and guess what could this be, and it's not really like, it's not ambiguous in an interesting way either. It's just a little bit incomplete, I feel like, in terms of what's presented here. So I like it, but I think it presents us with some immediate kind of shortcomings, or like, man, I wish we could see such and such, or I wish there was a bit more to it, or I wish, you know, not strictly necessarily technical shortcomings, but something that I think could, like, missed opportunities in selling the concept. I think the black text on the blue background is also a little bit questionable. So I think all in all, it's a 3-star box. I like the concept a lot. I think the execution leaves a little bit to be desired. So there you have it. That's my review of Beyond the Farthest Reaches of the Galaxy ... Rimrunner Palace. All right. I will blanket just reject any additional review requests for now. If any more were to come in, because I want to start playing the game now. Or, you know, maybe if maybe hold them off till later or something. I don't know. Well, let's play some Bond. Actually, before we do, I also want to check in one real quick check-in. I can't speak. I want to do one real quick check-in, I can say, for the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. I'm just doing great with English today. We have, since the last Bond stream, completed one more daily objective. We're at 2 out of 10. The way this works is all contributions to the stream of the kind that eventually make its way to my wallet, i.e. bits, subs, merch sales, that kind of thing, will transfer over to Q Branch credits at a rate of 1 credit per bit or equivalent. If we manage to get 1,000 bits or 4 subs or 1 tier 3 sub or some variety of combinations of those kinds of things, we will have completed 1 daily goal. And once we have completed a sum total of 10 daily goals, we will be unlocking the next secret mission which will be Secret Mission 007. The cancelled, unreleased, but subsequently leaked on the internet Xbox Live Arcade port slash remake slash remaster, whatever you want to call it, of the original Rare GoldenEye first-person shooter. So if you want to see me enjoy slash torture me with, or however you want to you want to see that, you know, more of Rare's GoldenEye, this right here is your opportunity. Yeah, the Pierce Brosnan Frogmouth, classic, the classic. Daily objectives, to be clear, are not exclusive or limited to Games Bond streams. I do keep track of them regardless. But once we have goal completed, I will update the queue page and we'll see how those things go. But for now, we shall get ready for some hot DS action. Up, don't touch the door. Welcome, welcome. So I think we shall do this. Oh, that's not great. Let me I mean, I don't know that it's going to be a lot of interesting stuff on that bottom screen, but it probably shouldn't be. I can, okay. I think I fucked this up. Where are the sources? I guess probably what I've done before is that I just disable chat altogether on the overlay. Because I could hypothetically put it somewhere where you can see the tiny little bit of chat underneath. But I am not sure I want to completely upend my entire layout. Let me, yeah, I can probably undo if I fuck this up. Let's well, I should probably just be able to do this, right? There we go. It looks a little doesn't look, it's a little unsightly, but it works. It works. Let me What's up, Mendel? Yeah, I don't know that I've missed the games, but I've missed Games Bond. Disabling chat, good for mental health. I mean, that may be true, but you guys are surprisingly civilized most of the time. But also for the purposes of what's the word? Posterity. Nice to be able to see chat on replays and what have you. So this way we get a little bit of that at least. Of course, we're timing this perfectly for 7 o'clock laser beam, so I'm gonna have to do some dodging and juking over here to not have my eyeballs exploded. Oh yeah, timer, by the way. Let's get that on screen too. Always forget. And all right, I think we're ready. So I did a little bit of testing on this, and I have decided that I will be playing this with button controls. The familiar music. Let me get my volume mixer up here in case we need to make adjustments. Looking like game audio is a little bit on the low side. Let me bump it up just a bit. I don't know if gunshots are going to be 50 times louder, but we can adjust this on the fly as long as you guys let me know to what extent audio levels need adjustments. We can make that happen. Fish and chips, that sounds pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, I basically just had dinner, so for once, I'm not... Usually when I hear people mention food, it makes me hungry. I'm luckily not experiencing that just now, but, you know, give it a few minutes. perfect, just like me. I don't even know what to say about that, but I will accept it. I will begrudgingly, if graciously, accept it. What's up, Em? Welcome, welcome. Have we watched the trailer for the upcoming Bond game? I'm trying to remember, because we did some like what's it called? Summer Game Fest stuff. I think what we did was during the Jeff Keighley pre-stream, or like pre-show stream, whatever, like I went live about 2 hours before the Keighley show started, and I think we spent that time kind of going over the stuff from the Sony show, which I think included the First Light trailer. So I think we looked at that and talked a bit about it. I'm pretty sure that we've talked about it, but I can't be quite, 100% certain. Well known to be the perfect streamer. Well, I will, I will, damn it. I will defer to, friend of the channel, Goaty _, who referred to me as your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. And I think that's, I think that was a very nice compliment. Anyway, what I was trying to say before I got blinded by sunlight and compliments was that I did a little bit of research and a little bit of testing. And this game being on the DS does support, and in fact, seems to prefer, or recommend full stylus controls. But if we go into the options here, you can see here we have control type, button, or stylus. I imagine that if I played this on an actual physical DS, the stylus controls would be maybe a little more intuitive. But given my current setup, there's a real problem with that. The way the stylus controls, I was trying to rack my brain, because I'm pretty sure we played Rogue Agent with those kinds of controls. There was at least one FPS, and I'm pretty sure it would have been that, but I don't remember. Maybe I tried it and we did, I don't know. The point is, like, the way it works, as you would imagine, is that you use the stylus to kind of, as a kind of a virtual mouse, virtual joystick kind of a thing to turn around. But the way I have it set up makes it very easy to kind of drag the virtual stylus off the screen, and like just weird stuff happens. I tried it for like 30 seconds and I found it super unwieldy. I'm not sure if there's like just differences between how it works in this game and whatever other game we played that I think had those controls, but it just didn't feel good at all. But thankfully you can play with button controls, which basically just lets you use the 4 face buttons to look up and down and turn. Now, unfortunately, there are still plenty of interactions that require touchscreen inputs. So I'm just gonna, I have a controller and I have my mouse here, and I'm just gonna have to like awkwardly reach out to my mouse to click things on the other screen, and just pray that the game is not demanding enough that that's gonna be a problem. That's kind of where we're at. I think we want to bump up the 70 sensitivity. Oh boy. Let's go with that, because it seemed a little slow when I tried it before, but we should be able to change this if need be. So it does have auto locking onto enemies when you aim down sights, just like the console version, and that's probably, much like the console version, going to be a lifesaver. So we will use that. Unlock extra content by playing GoldenEye 007. I discovered I could set up this fancy thing, by the way. Boom, we can do this. If somehow we would ever need to, because there was some kind of interesting content on the bottom screen, I can swap these around, but I'm pretty sure bottom screen is basically just a couple of icons for most of the game. Then again, there might be some sick mini games. There might be stuff where this layout is gonna just not work at all. Who knows? We'll find out together. Play the thrilling adventure of GoldenEye 007 TM from the very beginning. Let's do it. Yeah, I'll overwrite because I just did some quick testing. Operative. For novice operatives, enemies put up a resistance but fall easily to your skills. Agent. For experienced operatives, the mission is not an easy one, but you're the right agent for the job. 007. For the ultimate spy, the most difficult assignment yet. I like that there's an orbital laser charging. I mean, I guess it's the GoldenEye, right? But it's like powering up more and more based on our security clearance at the MI6. It's, you know, it's pretty neat. So I guess it's like the cursor defaults to operative, but I'll treat agent as the default, or at least normal, medium. And I guess we finished the console game on the medium level, so let's go with this. I think it's fair to say that we are an experienced operative.
Secure transmission. Good morning, 007. For the past 3 years, a high-ranking Russian general, Arkady Arumov, has been stealing Russian military equipment and selling it on the black market. We have reason to believe he's about to ship a cache of high-tech weapons to a terrorist organization that has been targeting our embassies. Along with Agent 006, your mission is to infiltrate his base of operations, destroy the weapons cache, and, if need be, eliminate General Arumov. Agent 006 has already surveyed the facility. Time is of the essence, 007. An unmarked cargo plane is already en route, due to pick up those weapons for the terrorists in 45 minutes. Do you copy?
Confirm. We're in position.
Tanner will be in regular contact until you get inside. Good luck, James.
We've got highly enthused Daniel Craig. So unsubtitled voiceover cutscenes for a DS game seems fucking absolutely insane. But here we are.
Welcome to Russia. MI6 has given us the go-ahead on the mission.
Might as well kick things off with a bang. You have to shoot at the truck's gas
And everyone's
tank.
like fucking whispering too. Oh well, thankfully that's probably not going to be that important, and we kind of know the deal anyway. But like a handheld game that has like that you would have to play with sound to understand, like it's so weird. Like it's just so, I mean, in general, any 2010 video game to have voice dialogue with no text seems absurd. For a handheld, it seems double absurd. Objectives. Reach the middle of the dam. Interesting, we got like a whole thing lined up. The presentation of mission objectives as we kind of go through the game have been a little bit weird in a lot of these games, but I think it's basically, it's a pretty linear kind of situation. The console game did have this, the objectives that we could miss and fail. The difficulty selection here didn't offer any insight into the objectives, so I'm going to assume that these levels are going to be a little more, scripted, in that all these things will happen as we make our way through this kind of linear level. That's what I expect, but we'll see.
I'll see you at the dam crest. Good luck.
All right. Oh. But it looks pretty all right and runs sort of decently. Like I said, we'll see what
The base is on alert. You'll have to fight your way in.
what it will demand of us. So, as you can see there, it's telling me to touch the screen down there to reload. I'm trying to... There we go.
There may be some body armor you can use for added protection, if you can find it.
I guess I can just empty the clip. Let me actually try that. Well, he reloaded. Try that another time. But otherwise, I have to collect this thing, which... Oh, there we go. You can see now. To reload. There's going to be more interactions and stuff too, I'm pretty sure, that require... I'm being shot at from... Oh. There's little balconies not here on the N64 game. Of course, this little starting area is the only area that will ever like look the same as the N64 game. Okay, well, I'm reloading. Thanks for the follow. Did I? There we go. So this is about as far as I've played. All right. So the cover stuff actually works pretty well. And it works pretty similar. Yeah, you can see it snapped like very aggressively. The fact that like ADS makes you sort of stand up. There's a lot of these dudes already. Grenade indicator. Am I gonna get to move? No. Wait, that didn't... Okay. It's unrelated to my position, I guess. Reload. Did he just explode a path forward for me? Is that what happened? Dude, it's like the Quake 2 machine gun, where you have to like counteract the recoil. Feels like I'm... Oh, you can... Okay, you can double tap up to sprint. Feels like you're moving really slowly. Is 006 gonna get a truck for us? For some reason I have to press it twice.
007, the dam is under heavy construction, so the path may be blocked. You may have to find another way to get in.
Checkpoint. Remote charges from the nearby bunker. Open a new path. This was not in the other game. They were already deviating. Oh, thank you, auto aim. Like ADS is auto snapping, but it's not really snapping to where they are, just some kind of general location. Like doing fine-tuned face button aiming. It's not super easy either.
Enemy contact.
So it may be maybe struggling a little bit reading chat and what have you. It's a little bit more demanding than one might think. Okay, so I guess doors are generally just not openable. But I don't have to use... Yeah, ammo is full. Okay. Yep, no longer... Well, I guess it is full again, but... Ah! I can't squeeze through for some reason. Okay. Can I expect to find more armor or something up here? Okay, good vantage point. Do nothing, I guess. Okay. Intel. Intel found. Spend it in the Intel menu. I'm gonna spend my Intel. Kind of a weird phrasing. I mean, you know, it's some kind of unlockable currency. I get it, but...
Stop him.
That's still kind of funny. I remember the other game being quite stingy with ammo. Doesn't seem to be the case here. Then again, I'm not hitting much. Okay, I'm getting tutorialized on my remote mines. It is admittedly right in the center of the screen, but I still can't quite focus. Oh my god, the amount of dudes is already kind of out of control. I feel like they show up on my map. Well, I don't think I'll be trying to use the remote mines in combat anyway. Wait. Is this what I'm supposed to remote explode? Oh, no. Wait. This. Map's not really helpful, is it? Okay, let's... Okay. It gave me a bunch of tutorialing. That seemed pretty straightforward. Okay, I hope I can pick up more if I just waste them. Do I blow up this wall? I mean, it doesn't really look like it on the map, does it? Wait, do I... Swap weapons. If I go around... I guess there's these guys piled in here from some kind of pathway. Yep. Well, they hadn't yet, but I see. I don't necessarily need, like, the aim down sights is more for the the lock on. Objects with a glow can be picked up, shot, or actioned. Okay, I can action glowing objects. I see. Okay, do I really need a remote charge? Can I just shoot these barrels? Nice little highlight effect, though. And let's get some dirty range. Okay, remote charges. NK-19. Whatever. I like throw these. Yep. Objective complete. Whoa. Oh, look at this radical, highly advanced. Yeah. I'm like occasionally glancing over to my OBS screen because that's where I see chat. And it's like, oh man, that gameplay window is larger and brighter. No, I wanna shoot this thing. Reload. Like the touch inputs are really weirdly like not sensitive. Like the pull rate on touch inputs is really low. Wait. What? Okay. Okay. I'm a little confused about the way this AK-47 looks, but fine. I will say, as I recall, the other game had like really good character animation. Not that I would necessarily have like super high expectations of that of our DS game. That it doesn't quite seem to hold through here. Ammo's full. Like, you know, technically speaking, this seems very, you know, presentable. Very, you know, put together and all that. But I kind of feel that, like, I don't know how exciting this game's gonna get. And this is a pretty gray level, you know, well, even with the red light here, but... There we go. I punched him, but he crouched, so I whipped my punch over his head. But I was able to squat and punch him in the dick, I guess. There's a few bits from the other game that I'm like kind of curious to see what they're gonna look like here.
Bond,
Check
the
them.
door ahead is locked with a keypad. Check the nearby bunkers for an access card.
But it does sure feel like... I just... I don't know. It sure does feel like it is, and most likely will continue to be, very kind of paint by numbers. Okay, do I... Alright, so this is where I go when I have the art. Can I guess the aiming being finicky is, just being true to the Wii game.
Be careful, 007. There's a large number of enemy combatants headed your way.
Oh my god, it just snapped to like through the wall. Maybe I... Okay. I mean, I guess there's got to be a purpose to like going here, but seems like we're just entering this little shooting gallery. Like, you snap to them, but you don't stay trained on them if they move. What the? Just using the map to align my aim. Okay, I see. This thing that I was grabbing is in here. Okay. They're probably just going to spawn infinitely anyway. Load up the 360 version. We're going to play the PS3 version eventually. Oh, here we go. Touch the card and slide it down to complete the swipe. Enter the passcode obtained. Wait, what? Was it? Like, am I not supposed to enter the code that's on screen? I'm so confused. 9866. What? Okay. It just didn't take the first 3 times? Whatever. The little card swiping was cool. So that did all happen on the bottom screen, in case you were confused. Used my fancy newly discovered feature to swap screens to make it a little more visible. But I realize now that that could be a little confusing. Hydrate. Good call. Oh yeah, I didn't really read the objectives very clearly because it didn't strike me as something that would be something that I needed to keep track of. But if these are all the levels objectives, then it looks like we're making pretty good progress. Checkpoint.
I have visual contact. Over there!
Yeah, like quite linear hallways and such. Which again, kind of the more restrained scope just feels kind of welcome, honestly. But the original game had, in this level, this whole like truck, not exactly a chase, but this little set piece where you commandeer a truck. This little action cutscene bit. Then you have to like there's something with like surface to air missiles and helicopters and shit. Like it escalates pretty heavily. I mean, it's pretty, the situation is fairly escalated right now, I guess. I could reasonably say. But there's probably a degree of spectacle, I mean, and that's to be expected, that we don't really get to experience in this version of the game. So, okay, I can go here. Very helpful arrows. There's a little star on the map.
Tanner to Bond. There's a terminal nearby that controls the defenses on the perimeter of the dam.
Okay.
You'll need to disable them before you can move on.
Okay, sure. This NK-19. Okay, the other weapon. I'm pretty sure they use the same ammo anyway, so do I action this? Oh. Use the smartphone to get access to the enemy computer. Establish a connection by inserting the remote drive into a computer port. As the digits for the code appear, tap the button to submit. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like this a lot. That's a hell of a lot better than the fucking Simon thing that we had to do over and over to hack doors in GoldenEye Rogue Agent on the DS. Oh, that's 006. I almost shot him. Well, I pressed the button, but it wouldn't let me.
Get to the center of the dam. Let's go.
Oh yeah, this whole part is pretty elaborate. Like, obviously this is designed to look like the end of the dam level in the Rare game. But it plays out a bit differently. There's no bungee jumping for one. I have very low health, but it's recovering. I was gonna say, I hadn't really looked too closely at that, but I'd assumed that health auto recovers. I think in the console game it explains that if you play on the highest difficulty, there's no health recovery. Okay, I guess he was dead, but that was still fun. Oh, actually, oh, they don't share ammo. I thought they did. I guess I was taking damage. That's, you know, okay. I did comment on having low health. Trying to add scope markings on the crosshair in an attempt to make it more bond. I think they just want to make the reticle look cool, I guess. I don't know. The checkpoint was kind of right there, so...
James, over here! I hope you're ready for a fight, James.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get to the center of the dam.
Unskippable cutscenes, of course.
Come on, James! Come on!
Come on, Jane. I just realized this gun has like massively larger ammo or like magazine size.
Look out, high!
I want to shoot the barrel, but also I respawned with full armor. I don't think I collected that, right?
Moving!
That may be a courtesy. Maybe I should let him do more of the shooting. You know, he seems pretty pretty capable. Make your way to the middle of the dam. Okay, I think we're done.
Ready to take a leap of faith, James?
You go first. I'll cover you.
See you at the bottom.
All right. Did some stylus sliding. Oh, opening credits. This is pretty cool. I mean, the credits don't look like Bond credits because it's on like 2 screens and everything. But that's a proper credit sequence. Even though, much like the other version, it's a very selective number of people who they're crediting there. Like, only people with titles that sound like movie-related things. Like, no designers or programmers or artists.
Not bad, 007. Nice landing. Not bad at all. Get moving. I'll meet you up ahead.
Moving to your location.
All right. So I guess we got like the credits mid mission, I guess, or are we technically on the second level now? I'm not really sure. I forget kind of how this worked in the Wii game. Of course, in the N64 game, there's like 3 or 4 levels that are all based on the pre-credits scene, which is kind of a Bond game tradition. Like the opening pre-credit scene are always, you know, pretty elaborate action. So when they adapt that like, oh, they can squeeze multiple levels out of it. My favorite is License to Kill, which is a game that has like 5 levels, and I think the first 4 levels are the pre-title opening scene of the film, and the 5th level is like the action climax at the end of the film. It's pretty good. All right, yeah, I guess we have to make it to the facility and do the shit that we're actually here for. Oh yeah, printing. Press forward when facing a low-lying object to vault. Okay. Climbable step. Took damage, I guess.
Diving too careful.
Words to live by. So how much do you know about Oromov?
Only what I read in the dossier. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, he became jealous of the oligarchs, all their new money, and went into business, freelancing for himself.
Dude, getting tutorialized while getting talked at with no subtitles at the same time is
Sounds like
kind
that
of
job we did in
disorienting.
Argentina.
I was thinking Jakarta.
I'm impressed with this 006 guy sounding even more asleep at the wheel than Daniel Craig. Okay. I'll learn how to ladder. Birds are going fucking crazy outside. Hopefully Mike's not picking up too much of that. Crawl spaces.
Let's get inside.
Get inside. I guess we are probably on a new level because we lost our weapons, I just realized. Door. Reach the bottling room at the heart of the facility.
We've got 90 minutes till those terrorists make the pickup. Which should be enough so long as Oromov hasn't spotted us.
It's so fucking hard to hear the dialogue.
We've got to place the charges precisely on these for the maximum effect. Just find the panel, place the charge, and we're good to go.
Alright, I gotta... There's like seagulls and shit. They're extremely loud. So I gotta close the door. But I think since I'm gonna be up and about, I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. Probably refill my beverage. I'll just step aside for a very brief moment and be back. Yeah, I'm maybe if during my talking it might pick up, probably not, but it's not so much for your sake, it's just driving me nuts. What's up, Neo Freeman? Yeah, I'll be back in mere moments. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, objectives. Well, let's resume the timer here. 0 out of 4 blocks of C4 placed. Investigate Oromov's means of escape. And C4.
We need to split up to hit all the targets. I'll get the weapons cache while you plant the charges, and we'll meet up at the fuel tanks.
Last one out buys the first round. You're on.
Hey, James. For England?
For England, Alec. Always for England.
Every time Bond's about to speak and like respond to dialogue, I just expect to hear Pierce Brosnan's voice. It's always like super jarring to suddenly hear Daniel Craig. Also, the frame rate's so weird because it's like not locked to 30, but it's not really at 60 very frequently. So when it is, it's like, whoa. I wonder if it's some sort of like a double buffer situation, whatever it's called. So like whenever it's not at 60, it does lock it to 30 instead of fluctuating. I'm not sure.
If you crouch down, the guards won't be able to hear your footsteps when you approach. It also makes you less visible. Always crouch down if you don't want to be seen or heard.
What if I do want to be seen or heard? Boy. Vent maze. So is there like a floor change here probably? No, just heading into another map area, like because the map was not visible. Well, whatever. I guess I'm following them. So, hang on. I went this direction because it looked like, you know, it went sort of off the map. So I figured like, oh, this would be the main direction. But then that other thing seemed to be the main direction, so... I guess there are alternate
Just
routes.
one guard. Crouch down, get behind him quietly, and take him out.
Alright. Oh yeah, I could have come out through here instead, but like, what's the point of that? Like, why do we need alternate routes that lead to the exact same spot?
The guards will hear sounds like gunfire and broken machinery. Use your silenced pistol, and be mindful of nearby enemies before you make any noise.
Oh. I'm not excited about Nintendo DS stealth, I'll be frank. But it depends, I guess, on what the, you know, punishment is for fucking it up.
Stop 007. You need to get past those guards, but they're out of range. You'll need to employ one of your old tricks. Use the phone nearby to ring another phone in the room. When they go to answer it, send them a message with your fist.
Jesus.
Always keep an eye out for objects you can use against the enemy.
Okay.
Your mind is your best weapon. Put it to good use.
Everyone's just heading there to answer, like everyone's just gonna go there to answer the phone. Okay. What the? I guess my gun is not silenced. Now it, what? I guess he did say something about a fist message. But, like, what good is a silenced gun if I get noticed the instant I use it? Maybe he survived and everyone became alerted. Shoot the lock. Okay. Text instructions are so excited. All right, we got a little mighty boot engaged. I think you saw me.
Take him out, quickly.
Oh, that was awkward. Reload's real fucking slow. But I'm glad this is kind of as scripted as it is. I wouldn't want it to be more open-ended. The next... Wait, that's not a bomb panel. That's some other kind of panel.
007. Those panels contain sensors that trigger an alarm. If you damage them, you can disable them.
See. Well, I sure damaged it. Oh, yeah, what's up, Mudbound Dragon? I think I said hi. Audio sure is a thing. Like a little elaborate for its own good, which is often the case with DS games, right?
Careful, 007. Enemy patrols ahead. Watch their paths and see if you can spot a way to divert their attention.
Distraction object. Detonate it. Okay. But if I shoot like the alarm thing... Did I not hit it? Be investigating it. Oh, okay, he was investigating it, I guess. Seems to imply that if I destroy equipment, they will hear it. I guess would include the alarm panel.
They've spotted you. Take them out.
Oh my god! Oh, dude! What the? What's happening with the aim? The reload so slow. I mean, that probably won't matter now, but... I didn't want to shoot the panel first, because the game seemed to imply that the person might hear it, so that's like a bad idea. Oh, fuck, this is gonna be unskippable.
Enemy patrols ahead.
Like, we're gonna have so many checkpoints with cutscenes immediately after. I guess if the other guy, I don't know. I just wasn't sure about the path thing. The fuck?
Sector is clear.
Okay.
Bond, they've spotted you. Take them out.
Okay. I didn't really move. I mean, I fucked up way worse this time and it went much better. Oh well. No comment, I guess. But checkpoints seem frequent enough. Hopefully that'll continue to be the case throughout the game. There were some like half gnarly checkpoints in the other one.
You'll need to disable them quietly.
But I reckon like everything is going to be kind of on a smaller scale here, so it should be less of a problem. Like, hopefully. Three out of 4. Like, the smooth frame rate is... It feels like it's everything is way faster, too. I don't know if it's accurate, but I don't know. It feels weird. But it definitely seems like you turn faster. Maybe that's what happened when this... Like, when the dude walked all the way up in my grill and my camera started freaking out. Maybe it's because my camera was being blocked, so it didn't have to render as much, so I got a much better frame rate. So when I tried to turn a little bit, I turned like 90 degrees instantly. I mean, that could be what happened.
You've got multiple hostiles, 007. Be careful.
Oh boy. All sentries and cameras. We got some alarm panels and some cameras, but they will presumably hear... Is this like... Glass? Like what's... If I fire a shot here, am I instantly... He fucking zoomed away. I didn't, to be clear, think that would work. I just kind of wanted to check. But it did seem like they prioritized running up to me to get shot over, like, triggering the alarm. So I guess it kind of did work. Okay. I guess there was some enemy left, but I think I shot away the alarm panels, so we might be good. Try to stealth the rest of this just in case. That's like a yellow arrow or something on the map, like in the middle of the room. Yeah. I went surprisingly well. Alright. Bomb panel. Kind of wish all of those interactions could just be done with the trigger. That would make my life easier. Objective complete. Bottling facility. Oh yeah.
006 here, what is it?
Did you see that helicopter? It looked EMP hardened, designed to survive an electromagnetic pulse. I'm getting a picture for MI6.
Looks EMP hardened, huh?
Meet me at the rendezvous. We're running out of time.
I was gonna say, no photography minigame here. Alright, we're done. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Level 3, I guess.
Looks like you owe me a pint, James.
This is it. The fuel cells. Once we destroy them, the whole operation goes with it.
I'll get the first one.
Let's keep moving, Bond. We've only got a few minutes before the extraction team gets here.
Security breach. All personnel. This is not a drill. Stop him! Repeat. This is not a drill.
Oh shit. Press a button. That's kind of cool.
Thanks, James. Look, there's a robot.
Patrol just chilling.
Take the
Oh
rest
no,
of the
shit, it's him.
charges. Set the time to 6 minutes. I'll take care of the general.
I can't get over that Bond like doesn't look anything like Daniel Craig. If anything, I feel like he looks like Martin Freeman. That's his name, right? I don't know. It looks weird. Oh, 1 out of 5 blocks. Okay, I was thinking this might be real quick, but it feels out of place, or that's not the right word, but it's like it feels awkward to not have like full mission debriefing score tally screens. Like I feel like I really want that in my Bond FPS games, because it feels like you want to like decompress and have a natural kind of point to, I don't know, just unwind a little bit and then get ready for the next mission. Like that's a structure that has worked so well in so many of these games. So whenever you have these games where you just like move on and on and on, like it just feels weird. I mean, it's not an unusual thing in this style of game, of course. I would say for a portable, I would also like expect it to be like, I would prefer things to be a little more clearly bite-sized and sort of portioned up like into more discrete sections. So maybe that's why it feels extra strange. But I want to say that even in some of the console games, it felt weird to not have like debriefings. All right, 1 out of 5 blocks placed. But I reckon I don't drop down there. Oh, that was armor. Okay, I guess we can use this. Okay, I'm not... Oh! General, I see. Oh, boy! Shot at from somewhere. Let's... Okay, we're struggling a little bit here. Okay, got him. I feel like engaging here is maybe not in my best interest. There's no actual timer from the looks of things, though. I did lose my entire armor, though. Two out of 5. Gun seems a bit shit. Oh, my health. Okay. Shooting enemies feels real fucking weird. Like, it feels like they take so many hits, but it also feels like you can't hit broadside of a barn. So, like, it's really awkward. And it's like both, like, the accuracy of the gun as well as, like, the awkwardness of the aiming and shooting controls. I didn't kill him, of course. Like, shoot someone 3 times in the chest, and then you shoot him somewhere that makes his hat fly off, and he's like, no, he's still fine. He's just still shooting at you. Very unsatisfying. Armored. Whoa! You definitely turn at like double speed when the frame rate gets good. It's extremely disorienting. I am very thankful for the highly linear nature as well as the constant like checkpoint marker. That is quite helpful, frankly. Aim down sights like locking onto someone I can't even see. Loading. Oh my god. I think I stopped reloading because I like accidentally uncrouched. Oh, that's my armor gone. These dudes just like respawning. I don't even know. Where the fuck am I locking onto? Reload, of course. Let's hope I get iframes from this. Well, technically I did, but I'm dead. Okay, I have a map. Use that to keep track of where I'm being shot at from. Oh my god! Why do enemies fucking never die in this game? Turn around. Oh! Controls. I don't know why the auto lock on makes it like so much harder. Did I miss a thing up there? Sure. No, I don't think so. No, I think I did. This is quite tricky. Okay. Running short on ammo. Armor didn't respawn, I take it. Okay, like one last room, I guess. Checkpoint reached, thank God. Cutscene.
Throw down your weapon, and I'll let you leave.
Don't do it, James. Don't listen to him. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9.
Oh, drop pistol.
Too late.
Alec! Intruder spotted in
Pick up pistol. Alright, that was pretty cool. I like that. Reload. Little conveyor belts. Armor, thank you. This. Intel. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten to the Intel menu. Maybe we have to like quit out of the game to reach it. Oh, this is the final one. Start the C4 timer. Oh. From the level layout here, it looks like we're not done yet. Or we just... No. We'll preview what we need to do. I'm piecing the fuck out of here. I'm getting shot. I was continually losing armor there.
Bond to MI6. I need extraction now.
There's a plane on the far side of the field fueling for takeoff.
Still not done. Please tell me this is just a cutscene. Okay, good. Like, the cutscenes are so cool. I kind of wanted to just watch the entire movie remade as a DS cutscene. That would be so fucking sick. It legitimately, like, makes me want to make something like that.
006 is dead.
I'm sorry, James.
But playing the game is like, you know, not that exciting.
That helicopter, the picture I sent.
It's a Ludmilla T1, specially modified, EMP hardened.
Throw everything you've got against Automob's connections. We need to know who needs a helicopter that can survive an EMP blast. Bond out.
I'm pulling up all the data on a room
Instant briefing.
we've discovered that Arumov has been receiving large cash transfers that trace back to a Nigerian shell corporation known as the Janus Group. Bond, be aware of a mercenary by the name of Xenia Onatop. She's deadly and known to work with Arumov.
She's ex-Russian military, assigned to General Arumov during the Russian invasion of Georgia. The two of them entered Dubai last night on false passports, presumably to attend the annual military arms fair.
Oh, that's right. The gun show.
New EMP-hardened helicopter. Your mission is to make sure that helicopter doesn't fall into Arumov's hands. Your contact at the Dubai Arms Fair is Sky Briggs. And one last thing, James. I know how you must feel about Arumov killing 006, but until we know more about the Janus Group, Arumov is worth more to us alive than dead.
Bond. James Bond? Sky Briggs, head of security. Let's take a hike. I'll show you around. Now, I know your boss is worried about them Ruskies waltzing off with that EMP-hardened chopper. But I gotta tell ya, no how, no way. Anyways, I want to introduce you to the pilots. Incoming.
So this is part of a level in the other game. Here's just a little concept art storyboard cutscene. Felt quite visually out of place.
Stop him from reaching the ship!
Forget it! We've got to get out of here! Guards!
Okay, she looks different. Oh, okay. What?
Enemy contact! Bond to MI6. Automov is headed for the chopper. I'm going after him.
Okay, all right. Okay. We're just going right into it. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna like animate the entirety of GoldenEye in the style of a DS video game, but it's a fun thought to like do something along those lines. Okay, I need to... Can't get to the options. Okay. I wanted to increase the aim down sights sensitivity. Because it's very low. And even though the lock-on is like, you know, helpful and not fully ineffective, not quite fully effective either. The reload animations annoy me greatly as well, partially because they take quite some time, but mostly because you can see how much the gun moves on screen whenever I move around. Like, the gun model moves, and then I shoot, and then I reload, and it looks like this. Like, visually, the act of beginning the reload is very difficult to distinguish from the way the gun model just naturally moves around on screen during gameplay. And that makes it so that, like, for the first second or so of a reload animation happening, it can be quite difficult to realize that it's even happening. So it just feels like the gun isn't responding to when you're firing, which is, you know, not a great feeling. What's up, Yuguni? Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I mean, okay. We're not going to be able to kill him, obviously, but I guess probably we're meant to shoot at him, so he runs away. Just flopping over because the fire extinguisher was shot out there. Man, the narrow hallways and the high frame rate and everything seems like it should make things feel good, but because the increased frame rate fuck up the controls, it is in fact quite awkward. Let me shoot that before I blow myself up. Reload. Heard a noise. Spooked. Okay. Decent range on that explosion, please. Whoa. Get a headshot. See, I shoot 3-round bursts and I still shoot like 3 times and the enemy doesn't die. I mean, I'm not necessarily hitting every single bullet, but it doesn't feel good. I didn't realize until he started running away that that was Otomov. Gun in hand. Hasn't changed since Doom 1. I don't think that's quite accurate.
Watch out, 007. Enemies converging on your location.
Okay, we got a scorpion here. Oh. I guess it makes sense this one has an even smaller magazine, so we just have to reload all the time. Punch him. Objective completed. Like, I'm in the middle of a firefight. And they're like, oh, cool, you took out the reinforcements. Fuck, I did. Okay, I guess we'll swap back to this. Antics rifle. Okay, sure. Well, I mean, Doom literally has a static image that plays a static image sequence when you're firing. The gun models here are not only 3D, they react dynamically to when I move around. They shift on screen, and that's true for most modern, I mean, modern, this one's 15 years old, but they'd already done that. But, you know, nowadays when you have, like, first-person shooter, when you look around, it usually, like, there's a little bit of drag on the gun. Which, I mean, GoldenEye on the N64 kind of did that as well. So there's, like, a dynamic reaction to... Wait, I did shoot that already. I know, you know, there's a lot more animation in general, but of course, you know, the DS game, so there's a limit to what they can do. There's not a lot of screen real estate. I think that kind of thing has evolved quite a lot, so I'm not trying to be antagonistic, but I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for, that you feel games have not been doing in terms of how hands holding gun is represented on screen. When he just zips away, it's so funny. I mean, the guns here are all like real life weapons, right? So, wait, what was that hand for? Oh. This reload is going to be pretty lengthy. Well, at least he just pulls it off screen, but that's more visually distinct than when he just like pulls it aside a little bit. I think if anything, I mean, these guns are probably all in the console game. They kind of look more interesting here on account of being more kind of stylized or having to be kind of represented in broader shapes.
I'm gonna use my phone to track the helicopter.
And some of the proportions and elements are going to be into the chopper more exaggerated on here. So having these little, oh, okay, that's cool. A little questionable, but the cutscenes are so cool. The cutscenes are for sure what makes me want to play this game. Having a short mission with a little set piece like that is sick.
1 hour ago, Arumov's helicopter landed at a remote base in Siberia. The Russians claim it's a climate change observation facility with no military purpose. But 25 minutes ago, someone sent out a distress signal using military channels. The Russians have already sent in combat troops and just scrambled 2 MiGs. Your mission is to avoid those Russian troops, infiltrate that base, and find out what they're up to. One last thing. When we sorted out your new phone, we provided you with an EMP-hardened model. In a worst-case scenario, our satellites will be temporarily blinded, but your phone will survive. Tanner out.
That's right, I remember this level. Yeah, the first, like, snow sneaking mission. And then after that, we got onto the facilities, like the lengthy, like, night vision stealth. Yeah, I remember this. It's like the 2 factions fighting, and we're kind of sneaking around. The whole DS orbital laser. That's pretty good. I don't remember exactly how this was depicted in the other game, but there's no way it was this cool looking. Yeah, like the little first-person cutscene bits are fine. They're cool in their own way. But I love the sort of cinematography of this and like seeing how they're like the tools they use to create these like exciting dramatic moments with very limited means. Like designing sort of each shot. That's like super cool and kind of inspiring to me. Yeah, the black box on chat is my bottom screen. I don't know how necessary the bottom screen is for you to see, but I don't want to be in a position where there's something important that shows up. I mean, I use it all the time because I have to click these buttons.
Canada Bond, we've intercepted radio transmission indicating that Arumov's men have overwhelmed the Russian troops. Be careful, they're lethal.
That's okay, Gody. That's okay. But yeah, I think it's a fair point of like just broadly like what is the best way to present DS gameplay, because it's always like.
Wait, you hear something?
No. Investigate this thing.
Position secure.
Fucking explode. Well, that didn't quite work out as intended,
Caution,
but
007. Arumov's men are shooting to kill. Use whatever means necessary to get into the facility.
Cal beam gun of some kind, sure, why not? Yeah, no, but in general, it's like I had to think a little bit of like how I make it work for me on my end. It's like not ideal, but it's kind of what I have to do to be able to do it in a way that I can capture and sort of play it reasonably. But I think there's probably a lot of DS games where like conceivably you could distract with. Gonna like see, no, okay. But you could do like a single screen layout. I thought he would.
Area clear.
Okay, I couldn't tell if he ran away instantly or if I actually hit him. I guess I did hit him. Good atmosphere. We got some cool spy music. I like the little icon on the map like flashed when he was talking.
No sign of any remaining resistance. Anything on your end?
Just dead Russians. Well done, 007. You should be clear to move ahead.
Okay, good.
Bond, mind those searchlights. If you step into the light, bullets will follow.
I mean, I guess it's like not a bad thing that there are sort of gameplay gimmicks and stuff. Like walking 10 steps for a new one that has to be introduced with its own cutscene, like it gets a little... it kind of interrupts the flow a little bit. Because it's all unskippable too. Where... It seems weird that I would just shoot this out, but what it said. Like the searchlight spots me, they will send dudes, but if I just like if these guys see me, will they just not do that then? That seems unlikely. Like still dudes up there too, right? This. Alright, that's pretty good. Dropped a dish on a guy.
Sector is clear. I hear something.
Nope. He didn't die. Dude, my health. Reloading. Fuck's sake. Oh. That is very annoying. That's like a cool little segment, but like, you shoot a guy in the head, it's like, no, it didn't take, it didn't work. Now we have to reload, and he'll just kill you in 1 second while you reload.
You hear something?
But I'm glad it sort of seems as though there's like a little bit of a solution. Alright, so he's walking over there. You see him on the map.
Sector is clear. Someone's here.
I wanted to try to kill the guy quick because I figured they would spawn dudes if I didn't.
Well done, 007.
I guess the idea is like you're supposed to be stealthy, and the punishment if you're not is that one guy will just melt you. But I had also assumed that, you know, guys would spawn, so. Hopefully that's a checkpoint. Nope. But there might be a checkpoint when we arrive at the next little scenario. Objective complete. Actually, what are our objectives? Breach the Giannis security perimeter. We've done that. Retrieve the Severnaya complex visitor log. Infiltrate. I guess the yellow one is like the current. The order is confusing, but it was like that in the console game too. They were like almost in the reverse order. Like it was like the top objective was always like the main objective of the level. So that would always be like at the top, but it's one that happens when you clear the level. And then it seemed like you would kind of be in whatever order after that. But it seems reasonable that we're going to infiltrate the control center to retrieve the visitor log. Then again, sneaking past Otomov and Xenia to enter the bunker. Does that happen first? Who knows? I don't know what the yellow color was meant to indicate.
Damn it. I hate this weather.
Okay, yep. I mean, I guess it's just by design. These guys are just mega buff. At least there's not a cutscene here.
Damn it. I hate this weather.
Just starts turning on his own. Like, the gun makes it really hard to see the guy's still there or not. I just wanted to see if I could take out the one guy sort of out of earshot of the others. But I guess not. Like, do I sneak up on him? And it's hard to know what kind of range they have in terms of like how far they can see and hear. Well, this works, I guess. Like, was I meant to walk? Like, it doesn't feel like you're supposed to walk up this close.
Returning to position.
It did explode. Okay, so that happened in the first little
Should be clear to move ahead.
scooter thing, but I guess one of these, it's not called scooter in English. That's what we call them. Snowmobile? But the explosion was so nondescript that I didn't even realize it happened. But okay, that worked. So, like, it's not that that sequence was difficult. It's just that the thing that you're supposed to do feels unintuitive because it feels like you're for sure walking right into their, like, field of view, basically. This. Intel? Looks like Intel. even recall seeing an intel menu. Maybe it was in the extras in the main menu. All right.
Arumov's men are everywhere, Bond.
Okay, thank you. Like, I feel like I don't want to uncrouch because of the emphasis on stealth. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where that red dot is here. Because it should be... Yeah. Whoop, okay, he's facing this way. Like, do I want or need to take out that guy? Oh shit, he's moving around. Not good. I can catch up with him. Patrol routes seem fairly kind of like generous. In that sense. You don't have to like learn the pattern, so you have to like predict where they're gonna be. Can I squeeze through here or not? What's going on? There we go. Gonna be a thing I can... Oh. Searchlight, I just realized. Okay. Music got all actiony all of a sudden. Not rushing towards me or anything. He's like leaning off over to the side really far when he gets shot. So it's really hard to land subsequent shots. Okay, let me just get some health back. So stupid.
Well done, 007. It should be safe to move forward.
But there's like no score or rank or anything, so, you know, whatever. I realize, of course, that I could be swapping to a more powerful weapon, but it's like kind of tedious, so I don't bother. Elaborate machinery and writing. Quality poster. Waypoint reached. Thank you very much. Look at all those red dots. I reckon we have the interior base level after this, but the next like mission after this I think should be that club in Spain or whatever it is in the game. It's not in the movie at all. I hope we get some non-stealth. This isn't terrible or anything, but like not the greatest feeling of like the pacing of it is pretty slow, and it's always like nerve-wracking. To feel like you're
well done, 007. You should be
constantly kind of trying to do exactly what the game's telling you to. And like you just, you know, fuck up and have to redo stuff whenever you don't follow the instructions.
Bond to MI6, do you read me?
007, there's an administration building nearby that may hold some important documents. Take a look and see if you find anything.
That's where we find the visitor log. Here. In fairness, though, like this, like I said, the stealth stuff is not that it is bad, but it's like there's always this lingering feeling of like uncertainty of how punishing it's going to be. And it's really kind of only after you finish it that you can go, oh, that wasn't so bad. But during the entire time you do it, it kind of like, oh, well, but what if? No. Like, I don't like that feeling. That's where I kind of prefer more straightforward action-y bits. But honestly, I mean, I guess there was more of a straightforward action-y bit at the end of the facility part where we had to plant the bombs, and that's where I was having more trouble. So maybe this is for the better as far as like, you know, making progress goes.
Returning to position.
It's pretty anticlimactic, but it's satisfying to do it. Like, it's a fun mechanic. It's locking onto some dude. Okay. I don't know if I'm not close enough or I'm not aiming properly. Or like hitting it at a bad angle. Doesn't even look like it's pointing here. I was just gonna say that's probably not even the right spotlight. And indeed, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes makes a lot more sense. Yeah, the dynamic music's kind of cool. The music itself is like, I don't know. I feel like we've heard this style of music in a lot of these games, and it's serviceable, but it's a little perfunctory, and it's not helped by being on a DS, you know? Oh, he ran over to check him out.
Area clear.
Oh, I actually did
Well done, 007.
hit him.
You should be clear to move ahead.
Like, when those little scenarios work out and there's like sort of scripted and you can follow these steps, like, it's actually quite fun and satisfying. Pull it off, but it always feels dicey because the aiming is, yeah, a little finicky. On a real DS, on like with the stylus, it might be a different story.
Find something useful, Bond. Upload it to the MI6 server and we'll take a look.
But I think,
Looks like
unfortunately,
you've heard a floor plan for the facility, but it's encrypted. We'll get someone to crack it.
button layout is how we're gonna do this. I did experiment very, very briefly with mapping the face buttons to the right analog stick, which I think would work pretty well. But I decided that it wasn't in the spirit of trying to experience the game in a, you know, reasonably authentic or representative fashion. In this room before. Like, of course, what I'm experiencing right now is not really what it would be like on a DS either.
This weapon, amazing. I'm glad it's in our hands now.
But I'm not gonna go out of my way to make it less like playing on a DS. Yeah, I had a feeling that he was gonna, whatever he's moving to, he's gonna stay facing the other way. Seems to be how these things work. Like, that's kind of what I mean, what I was saying before. Like, the routing of the patrolling guards is very generous. Their routes aren't designed to, like, screw you over or be annoying, which I really appreciate, because it's all about, like, the feeling of what you're doing, and like having the, you know, embodying Bond and being sneaky. Like the actual sort of difficulty or the risk or how like perfectly you have to thread a needle, like, isn't what makes it cool or exciting or like authentic feeling, in my opinion. Like it's much more about like having these little scenarios play out. Yeah, that guy for sure is gonna, like, I can't walk up and strangle this guy without, but I see.
Wait,
Do that.
you hear something? Everything is fine here.
Well done, 007.
I didn't want to
It's
like
safe to move
walk.
forward.
I figured you could hear my footsteps, so but that worked out well. Nice. But I will always be kind of a proponent of that. Like, yeah, of course, it's not like your game can't or should never have actual stakes. But I think the actual stakes of like success and failure, and you know the risk, like
ahead. Be careful.
you will always have a different feeling as a player than kind of what the character is experiencing. So I don't think it's necessarily a problem to lean into that and like have something where the player can have a certain way if they kind of play along, even if they're not, for example, in actual danger. You know, you can extend that as far as like not having a fail state at all, but you could also just, you know, have something be far more forgiving than sort of narratively or thematically is implied. That's what I meant to shoot. Yeah, I fucked that up. Let's try this. Oh shit, I didn't realize you swap guns like instantly. There's another guy left though. Well, he's none the wiser. Oh, I don't know if he saw, he flashed up there or what? Oh, they're like the next section's dudes. Well, can reach the checkpoint. Right, right. I can see the snowmobile, but so like sneaking around and like being at risk of being discovered, like what that would entail. Like you can have the there we go. You shoot him in the dick, make him bend over, and then hit him in the head. Perfect.
Should be safe to move forward.
All right, safe to move forward. Good. You know, sneaking up on an enemy who's a complete idiot doesn't necessarily feel less satisfying than sneaking up on someone who's like super attentive. Like, in order for you as a player to actually appreciate that difference in the sense of like actually enjoying the greater challenge, I think requires such an investment from the player. Like, that only makes sense if it's a game, you know, by definition, because in order to achieve that, you have to master it in a way that requires probably a lot of time and effort. And there are, of course, games that can have that and have a real challenge. I'm sure doing like top difficulty N64 GoldenEye shit has a lot of stuff like that you just have to kind of play perfectly, and it's satisfying in its own way to learn how to do that. But until you reach that point, like having that challenge and being like brick walled by it isn't going to make you feel more like James Bond. So I think, like, in terms of sneaking up on dudes and knocking them out, the sense of like getting to knock them out, getting the upper hand, and like, you know, that is what sort of feels good about that. Not necessarily the guy was, you know, a real threat, or the guy was going to ruin the entire mission if I had been discovered, etc. That's not to say, again, of course, that like you should never have stakes, but you don't necessarily have to, like, it's fine for there to be a discrepancy between the actual stakes mechanically or the stakes for the player and their experience versus the stakes that are kind of implied narratively or experienced by the character. I mean, in many cases you will have situations where the actual stakes is that, like, well, if I fuck this up, I have to sit through a loading screen and then an unskippable checkpoint or a cutscene. And that's like, I'm not worried about my character being injured. I'm not worried about Bond getting, you know, caught, but I am worried about having to sit through a bunch of annoying shit. And, you know, that I think can end up being a little bit of a strange motivator, or like, you know, that doesn't really communicate the sense of risk or danger.
You've got a large number of troops dead ahead.
That the scene is implying.
Stay out of sight.
Have we heard from the men in the server room?
Yes, they're working on it.
Stealth is required. Okay. Her outfit is quite something. Also, demanding the set of a room. That, his face, Boris, who was not in the other game, by the way. But I guess I wouldn't expect him to be in this one. It looks like we do have a pretty direct path over here, so it might be kind of straightforward, but depends on what way the guards are facing. Kind of cool, though. Again, like, doing that little sneaking, it's fine for that not to be difficult, because it still feels, aside from the game telling us that we were going to fail if we get spotted, you know, you obviously don't want to get caught, and you just, you know, I accept that, like, all right, this is what we're supposed to be doing. This is the correct move, both in terms of Bond's mission and in terms of what the game's asking of me. So it's totally fine for that not to be like a super complicated, difficult, like cat and mouse kind of thing.
Bond to MI6. Do you read me?
Roger.
I'm inside, into control center, investigating. Need to get to the main server room. Do you copy?
Activating the flashlight will help you see, but may alert nearby enemies. Let's give it a shot. Okay, it doesn't like project light, it's just like brightening up the room, but adding this like flashlight sort of effect on the screen. I mean, that's a smart way of doing it. It works. And the double frame rate, so freaky. But yeah, so in the console game, this level also has a bunch of little stealth segments and some night vision goggle segments. But yeah, I'm just so like, it does feel good to have the level be like a series of well, the levels in general, I mean. Just be like series of hallways that you sneak through linearly and get to see cutscenes and do little cool set piece moments. Like the shooting isn't very good. And like the controls and like the difficult, like there's a lot about actually playing the game that's a little, I don't know, annoying. It's not a tremendously great experience, but it's kind of cool. Can I swipe? There we go. Perfect stealth. And I do, like I kind of said before, appreciate how the smaller scale of everything means that we're kind of moving forward at a pretty rapid clip, and it doesn't get too bogged down. So again, I looked over at my OBS window, I was like, oh man, this is so much more visible. Maybe I should just look over here when I play. That's mostly because I'm looking like directly into my light. This is an openable door. Open on the map, but maybe it is when I have power. Well, this looks interactable. Little sliding vent. Oh, little cobwebs. Some pretty great facilities with bit of red light. Main generator is fried, something. Okay. Is open? Okay, yeah. I legitimately like can't see. Well, I mean, I guess there's probably no enemies in here. When the game said like, oh, you might be seen, that kind of was my cue to like, well, I guess I'm never using the flashlight then. Ah, we have to go down. So is this okay? There's just, maybe there's intel in some corner here or something. Because I'm in a small room, I turn at like quadruple speed. Guess we go back. Map's a little confusing because that door is just like not on there at all. Aha, there, okay. Wait, can I? Ah. It didn't seem like I was supposed to backtrack. Because I failed to see how that would get us anywhere. Guess maybe we'll get fair warning if enemies are going to show up. Oh, that's pretty satisfying.
Manager 007, we've got you again. Signals back up. We don't have much on the 7i facility, basic floor plans, but it looks like it's broken into 3 wings: security, research, and a command center. Your best bet is to search the first 2 wings in order to find a way into the command center.
I like those little bits of like having to click something on the bottom screen for an interaction too. It's like, it adds like a little bit of flavor and a sense of like interactivity in a way that I think is pretty charming. Like, it doesn't get too in the way of anything. So have a company, the ladder, and oh, pipes. There's probably some intel there somewhere, but I can't really be bothered. Turret cameras have been reactivated. Okay. One over. Yep. Guess it's pointing up to the upper floor here. The turrets also react to flashlight? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Again, checkpoints are frequent, so checkpoints seem to basically happen before, or like, you know, when we enter a new room or there's a new encounter. Like, we're gonna shoot that fire extinguisher to extinguish fire. Cool. Like the little light glare sprite on the flashlight when you go into aim down sights. Looks a little funny. Got a little bit lucky in seeing those there before they saw me by taking this awkward... Wait, hang on. Oh, no, I could under. So I could walk under that pipe, but not these pipes. A fire extinguisher for that which it is designed. It's a kind of a rare novelty in a first-person shooter. Appreciate that. Even if it does give me horrible traumatic flashbacks to the fire rescue level in Nakatomi Plaza, where you have like very limited fire extinguisher fuel and have to be like very precise about which fires you put out so your NPCs you're escorting can safely make it through the room. Nakatomi Plaza, not a great game, as it turns out. Got its charm, but pretty annoying. That is a game that in many sequences forces you to play in a very, very specific way without ever really communicating that that's what you need to do. Can be kind of infuriating. Yeah. All right, let's do this again. I don't know why that just didn't work the first time. That was really confusing. Enemy dots. Sighted. Security wing. All right. Okay. Nope, don't walk away. Got him. I'll pick up that rifle, thank you very much, but let's stick to the silent pistol for now. Good night. There we go. It's like you have to walk... like, you cannot walk under these things at an angle. You have to be, like, perfectly aligned. Otherwise, like, you'll start crouching, but you just, like, won't walk through it. It's kind of strange. Yeah, see, I'm getting the flashlight advice here. That, I guess, means that there's going to be enemies that can see me. Oh, I guess, can I... Okay. Guess that guy was investigating. I noticed there was a phone here. So I don't know sure if I was supposed to distract someone with this phone or... I make a call to another phone somewhere in the next room. It's such a funny mechanic. Is that a turret over there? I think it is. Man, this game's requiring you to do quite a lot of distinguishing between pixel blobs. Having additional traumatic flashbacks this time to Nightfire on the GBA. Holy crap, that game was quite frustrating. Guess that would have called someone over here, but I guess I'd already killed those guys, so... Like, Nightfire is just fully memorizing every single spawn, because that game has, like, triggers to spawn enemies, like, every 5 meters. And a lot of the enemies, when they spawn, they just, like, bomb rush you and attack super quickly. So you have to kind of have the reticle on the right spot on screen, so you can shoot them before they shoot you. And it's like the first few levels, you kind of don't really have to play like that. But then like the second 2/3 of the game is just like inching forward and being careful of every single enemy spawn, basically. Okay, just taking a wide circle around here. If it's one guy, you know, we can kind of do it, I think. Like if it boils down to a shootout, I mean. Luckily this guy's guarding the wall. So. See? That was fine. What are we doing? Security wing for research access. Wait, what was the next one? I guess I didn't even look at the screen before. Then we gotta search the research wing for command access and then enter the command wing. Oh, we're going up there, I guess. Whoa. I mean, I guess I don't know exactly how sensitive the whole flashlight detection is either. But, you know, we're getting by just fine for now. Oops. Okay, that was a little different. He was like trained on the exact corner we would come in from. Anything around here? Little pile of intel or anything? Nope. It's like you see it light up. Like I definitely click it, but nothing happens until I click it a second time. It's so strange. I thought it was an emulator thing, but the fact that it lights up on screen just otherwise. Ooh. Can I just fire my pistol to drop those monitors?
Batteries won't last long. It'll be pitch black in here soon. Wait. They're all dead.
They're all dead. I don't know who was saying that, but what's okay? I guess it's the monitors that are still red. I mean, it's very satisfying to not have to deal with those guys. I enjoy that. Leave from whence we came, I guess. Got some kind of card to through the door out here. That makes sense. Guess we're in the same room. It's a little hard to make out. Wait, am I going back? I thought I was going like out through that door or something. We're going back even further. I'll trust the checkpoint system. Or the objective map marker, whatever. We're just really going all the way back. Alright. I don't even really know what I picked up, but some kind of access something or other, I suppose. Legitimately feels like we're going back to the start of the level. This, I guess, I don't know. Maybe we entered this area, like this wing in this room, and then we went digging in this wing, and then we went back so that we can advance to the next wing. I just figured the entrance to the next wing would be at the end of the current one. 17. But I guess this makes sense.
I heard the Russians are moving in reinforcements. It doesn't matter. We'll be long gone before they get here. Did they find the intruder? I heard he breached the perimeter. There was an intruder. Nobody told me about it.
Rip that guy. Guy number 2. None the wiser. I don't know if I could explode the radio to kill him, but let's just break his neck instead. Choke him out or whatever we're doing. Just walked over here to listen to some static. Alright. You do you, buddy. Okay, going deeper. Fucking reverse snake eater. Oh, never mind. I was like, oh, let me drink while he's climbing, but then, of course. Wait. Oh, it looked like an openable door, but see from the map that that's the case. This level actually has really cool, like, ambience in the other game, with this fully, like, bombed out, like everything is destroyed. I mean, you know, they do a pretty good job of replicating here. Yeah, I feel like I'm not supposed to engage with these guys so straightforwardly. I can't really see any interactable gimmicks or anything. Of course, I can't see much of anything. Avoid them all together. Yeah, there's a pane of glass as far as I can tell. I don't know that I can silently bust through. Well, actually, I can also tell that I can't bust through that because there's just a void on the map. So that that's a no-go. Okay, not getting through here. Wait, can I shoot some electricity on them? Okay, this is not climbable. No-san, ohayou gozaimasu. Wait.
Returning to position.
Okay, I was gonna say the enemy indicator changed. Guess he noticed something. Okay, maybe time for stealth has passed. What the?
Target located.
Wait, there was a third guy. I'm not sure what happened. There were 3 guys here. Well, maybe when the first guy got alerted, he ran away or something. Well, Fine by me, as long as I can see. Go. Use the flashlight. Oh. Penetrable glass, I guess. I'm so confused. Oh, if I sprint, I turn off the flashlight. Oh, 暑い。こちらどうですか？こちらはそんなに暑くない。今日は多分2週間ぶりぐらい20度以上だった。23、4度ぐらい。
Are you alright?
Leave me alone!
I'm here to help.
Get away from me, friend. They killed everyone.
That's good animation. I just realized I just walking right into that. Hmm, 羨ましい気持ちがわかるけど、こちらもそんなに暑くはないけど、夏が短いので大したものなんで、20度以上の日も少なくて、ちょっといまいちな感じ。I guess wait, can I use this? Oh, I need a card. Okay, we're coming back to this. This room looks ominous, but I guess this is like the command room. Oh, look at this big evil globe. This looks pretty cool. Oh, and the satellite. Like, it's a shame that the locations so far have been so, like, dull by their nature. Because there's some pretty good graphicisms on display here. Is this gonna spawn enemies?
We found him. He's in the prototype lab.
I had a feeling.
Move in. Don't let him near the console.
And crouch. Punch. Okay. Wait, someone's alive. Can't see shit, but I'm taking damage. Oh my god, the camera is fully out of control. Okay, let me get some health back. Wait, is someone like literally right behind me? I guess they were. I just saw him on the map. Okay, I think that grenade spooked me a little bit, and I should not have run into the room.
He's in the prototype lab. Move in. Don't let him near the console.
Up there. Well, I definitely didn't notice last. Can I please take him out? Oh, activate laser. Alright, that was incredibly sick. Fucking Bond moment, right? Can I lock onto the guy who's... There's a guy down here. Why is the aiming so terrible? I'm gonna reload and I'm gonna... Okay, somehow didn't die. Okay, I thought it was in the laser beams path. That was a pretty cool set piece. Okay, I mean the laser helped a bit. Enter the command wing. Okay, so now we got the card. Right, makes sense. Is there a staircase here? Oh, right in front of me. Nice. Nine, 1. frame rate again. Okay, is this the level maybe? Not quite. Oop. Or maybe. Is this a new level? I guess it's a new level. It's I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm all out of beverage here. I need to get a refill. But I think it's a good opportunity for another short break anyway. I shall be back shortly. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. I returned. Rehydrated and refreshed. Ready to go. Let's zoom the timer. See if we can clear one more level, question mark. Yeah, it's so weird when you see the objectives laid out like this. Like, force open the final door. Like, okay, I guess that's something that's going to be relevant. Like, in the context of, like, seeing this as, like, Bond's objectives. Like, all right, so you're going to gain entry to this facility, and inside there, you're going to have to pump out the poisonous gas. Eventually, there's probably going to be poisonous gas. You're going to have to pump that out. You're going to have to open 6 console locks, and then you're going to have to force open the... It's like, makes no sense whatsoever without the context of what it's about. So it makes it really kind of weird to have it all laid out like this. It's not like the information is any helpful for me in this way either. Although, you know, I appreciate it in the way because it does give me a little bit of a progress bar to determine like how far along I am in a level. But it's a little funny. So who knows? Will this be full stealth again? Back to just the pistol, because that's just what happens between levels in this game. Oh. Pretty cool.
What is taking so long?
Oh.
I'm almost finished.
Pretty cool kind of villainous lair type locale.
Get out of here.
Wait, okay. Are they fighting each other or just me? We're saying something about Russians. Hers are locked, but it's structurally weak. Oh, the guy... Okay, I saw a few gray pixels there that I was aiming at, but he's on the other side of a window. He's in the next room. I didn't even realize. Okay, grab some stuff over here, I'm gonna guess. Oh my god, I have to reload. I somehow, like, hit better without the aim down sights, I guess. Explosives could work. Let me just try to grab some weapons. Can I clicked this, it turned yellow, and it... Oh my... This. Okay. I feel like this could come in handy. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the clues. What the... I'm dying. Just hang back here a little bit, get some health back. I mean, it's kind of neat that it's like explaining things sort of gradually. But yeah, it's not... I wasn't like getting stuck because I couldn't figure out the puzzle. My health. Okay, cool. It took like 8 seconds to bring up the fucking cell phone. Alright, but note to self, just take care of this quickly, I guess. He lost track of me, I guess. Did I blow up the door or not? I kept getting hints. Oh, there's armor. Wait. Oh, yeah. Nope, I guess I fucked it up. Okay, I think I got it. Aiming. Okay, now the melee will come out. I'm in the middle of reloading, apparently. Does it take like 4... Does take... Oh. Okay. So now what? Guns, oh shit, I can't hit anything. Okay, so are there more explosives? How do I deal with this? they respawn? Oh yeah, I guess they did. Oh my god. This is infuriating. Okay. It kind of seems as though there was like a rifle sitting on a ledge here. Get that. Let's get the armor. I'm mashing the button. The melee just like didn't come out. Okay, so now 3 were enough. Wait, money penny. This was really confusing. Find any means necessary to turn off the poisonous gas. Fire a gas mask to avoid succumbing to poisonous gas. Okay, well, we saw some of those over here. Got a hand icon this. Can I found intel apparently. Locate the ventilation switch. See shit. In here, I guess. And I think it was above, so I guess we're on the right track. That was needlessly obnoxious. Kind of a neat little set piece. Like, again, it's kind of cool that there are set pieces and unique little scenarios. I do appreciate that, but man, it's a little bit of an obnoxious game. Okay, so these are the 6 panels that the thing was talking about. Like, we're burning through these objectives, like we're still in the same room basically. But I like that the levels are short. Door console locks destroyed. So when I find one of those little things, I shoot it, I suppose. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, they're actually even on the map. But is there going to be a bunch of guys? Well, that answers that. Like, I shoot a guy, and I'm trying to determine if he's, like, alive or not. And before I can see if his flailing is him dying or just taking damage, he's shooting me again. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Like, why are... Oh, pick up enemy armaments. Yeah, that's gonna help. Like, it feels absurd for a game like this, like... Okay, yeah, okay. We're on the same checkpoint. We spawned down here. Okay. Like, being in a one-on-one situation, like... Being, like, outgunned and out-sniped by, like, the most regular-ass dudes. And do I shoot? I just need to try to figure out what you're supposed to do here. Such a shit shot. These things can't lock onto. Whatever. Once we took out that one guy, I guess it's mostly fine. Okay, I need to get up. There's a ladder here. The vent there. I wonder if his armor respawned, actually. Of course it did not. Okay, well, I'm climbing up here then. Seems as though maybe you can't get shot when you're on a ladder. I don't know. That might be optimistic of me. Okay, where's... Oh, I guess I never shot that thing on the other side, on the outside of the room. I guess this is an indestructible pane of glass here. Yep, okay, fair enough. This... I'm seeing like the indicators on screen, but they're so confusing. Dude, oh, I missed like 8 bullets right by his head. One here. Huh. Dying one. I thought I could just shoot that out, but for some reason it was unshootable. Spawning enemies. I'm reload. Oh my god. You take so much damage. It's insane. I didn't realize I had this weapon. Alright, there's the guy. There. You can, like, snipe me. Like, whenever you shoot one bullet, the gun's aim goes, like, way off. But is this behind... Yeah, okay, it's in... That's why I couldn't shoot it. I have to go over, like, through this vent. Okay. I just need to, like, figure out how to access each of these things we have to shoot, that's all. Oh, that's probably the one we got first last time. Maybe? Because wasn't that, like, over in some other... well, this doesn't look familiar. Does that mean that there's another one? Oh, boy. The issue is really, like, being shot at by all these other dudes while I'm trying to just parse the area and what we're tasked with. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking stuck between a... I couldn't vault over the railing. So, you know, just die, I guess. I do start with armor, but it melts away pretty quickly. There's one over here. This one. One on the little booth. There's one on the left side. There's one in the center. was trying to inch forward and I accidentally ran. His aim is garbage. Okay, I didn't really need to climb down the ladder. I thought I could just step down, but I have to walk down where the ladder was, I guess. I'm gonna... Oh, this game is infuriating. Why are the enemies so deadly when your ability to fight back is so shit? Or, I mean, your ability to hit anything, really. It's like comical how quickly your armor melts away. And how unhelpful the aim down sights is. Spawn. Did I even hit this thing? I did not. Treat while I reload. Weird how quickly he went down. Did I think I did this one. Okay. I just realized that the full ladder climb is just one uninterruptible cutscene. I did not. Okay. 5. Okay, that means that the one... Oh, of course that hurts me. I'm stuck. I'm gonna... Oh my god. I'm screaming because I'm like baffled at how stupid this is. I'm not as upset as I probably sound. I just can't believe how unforgiving this is when for so much of it it's like it's pretty chill. Like I could justify it in those like stealth segments being like, oh yeah, of course they will, like, you know, makes sense that they're gonna kill you really fast. Oh, cool, it didn't swap weapons. Oh, whatever, just... because it felt as though, oh yeah, you're not meant to engage with these guys, so that's why they kill you in 2 seconds. But that, you know, that doesn't really fly here. They're just... Okay, so now everything is like on a different pattern. Okay, that's my armor gone. I don't even know. Is the guy on the left now? Yeah, he is. Okay. Ridiculous. Where am I being... Where was I being shot at? Like from the right? Was there another guy on the ledge, I guess? It's impossible when they're like, when you're being shot at by one guy, it's like difficult. So if there's 2 guys from different directions, like, yeah, you're pretty much fucked. How shit is this aim? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it feels terrible. Like, let me shoot out this thing. Let me stand 1 centimeter in front of it. Like, you would think that... I mean, you can see how far the gun jumps with every shot as well, and it's like super finicky to try to get, like, I don't know, this seems pointless. Unbelievable how bad of a shot James Bond is in this game. I missed. Okay. I mean, I guess it also wouldn't be half as infuriating if the enemies missed at the same rate as I do. But they sure don't. This is so fucking finicky. Oh my god. Can't. And now there's a grenade. I'm gonna die. Oh, okay. Survived the grenade somehow, but there's a guy up there. Reload. Like, you're just not equipped to deal with, like, 2 guys. Okay, but there's not going to be a checkpoint when I destroy this thing, right? Take out all the enemy guards. Okay, the guys are right on top here. Objective complete, but I got a new objective, right? I guess it doesn't... Force open the final door. Well, it popped a thing up on screen saying, like, take out the guards. Like, I guess, I don't know if it's going to stop spawning enemies, but whichever ones happen to have spawned already need to be taken out. Or if it's, like, spawning new waves of enemies. Okay. Checkpoint reached. Okay, force open the final door. Grab fragment. Alright, little cinematic. Throw the blast door fragment into the blast shielded glass door in front of you. Han's arms are situated on the top screen. What? No buttons or touchscreen are required to throw debris downwards. Okay, give me a moment. We map this. Okay. There we go, lid closed. I mean, that's cute, but a little goofy. I guess it's hard to tell how intuitive that would have felt with the the visuals of what was on screen. It seemed like I didn't quite get it, but I mean, it's cool in a way. It's like the 3rd game I know of that actually uses it as a mechanic.
Don't shoot me.
You called
What's
in
up,
the distress signal,
Zenkerdus?
didn't you?
Who are you?
A friend. Let's get out of here.
Weird pitch shifted Daniel
Who
Craig.
are you? What do you do here?
Natalia Simenova. I'm a computer engineer for the GoldenEye satellite program.
Drop it! You're
It's like,
under arrest!
who are you? Not now. Walk 2 feet. Who are you? Oh, a bit of an ordeal.
I'll ask you again, Mr. Bond. How shall we execute you? You are aware of the penalty for terrorism in Russia. Who's the traitor in your government? What do you know about the Janus Group? Why did you set off the GoldenEye?
Stop it! Both of you! You are like boys with toys. It was Orumov.
General Orumov? Why would he do a thing like that?
There were two GoldenEye satellites. He set off one to steal the other.
Mr. Mitch, General Orumo, how dare you interrogate this man without my presence? This man is a spy who killed Minister Mishkin with his own gun. Move! Good luck, Mr. Bond.
So I'm trying to remember the flow, like the order of the levels and stuff. Because I thought the nightclub level would have been earlier. But I'm wondering now if they just omitted that part completely. The nightclub from the Wii game, I should say. Obviously, that whole section is not in the film at all. Because he meets with Robbie Coltrane, who looks nothing like that in the game, but instead of like seeking him out at this like casino in Moscow or whatever, or it's like, no, oh man, I can't remember, I can't keep everything like they're in the film, they're like in Monaco or whatever, do the helicopter demonstration, and the helicopter gets stolen, and they use it to like fly to the Severnaya base or what have you. Like that whole section is kind of replaced with the gun show, which was like the super short level here. There was barely a level. And I forget, like I want to say in the film, Bond gets help from what's his name, Joe Don Baker, to like set up a meeting with Robbie Coltrane in Russia. And obviously, you know, I guess he finds information on Janus Group, or they like, you know, he looks into who may have purchased an EMP something or other or whatever. But in the game, he finds this guy in this like nightclub in Spain or something, and like shoots him dead, or like his girlfriend comes in and shoot him or some shit. Like the character dies anyway. But it's like, it's so hard to keep the plot threads of the different versions and like the order of levels and everything, because obviously some of the story beats in the plot here are based on the film, and as such represented in the N64 game as well. And then there are some levels that are kind of not necessarily look like or represent an exact scene from the film, but they use it as an excuse sort of to like recreate a level from the N64 game. Like the snowy outdoors level, there isn't really a section like that in the film, but you know, it sort of makes sense, like the narrative reasoning for why we are in that kind of location and how everything looks and whatever, like that all here is kind of one-to-one with the N64 game. But I want to say that there's maybe some other levels that are like thematically and conceptually similar, but the locations and plot stuff is different, or like, I don't know, I can't remember exactly. But yeah, I'm trying to piece together if, I guess it would be easier, like this is another reason why I would like to have like a debriefing and a score tally screen and a mission select and whatever, because it makes it easier to like mentally sort the different levels and the flow and order of them and everything. So now I'm like wondering, like, man, did we do all this first? Because I want to say this is like the library, whatever, right? Like we're in custody, we escape. And in my mind anyway, this leads directly into like the tank level. And it feels like all this stuff, like it's kind of leading into not the end game, but like sort of ish. And we must have skipped that part. Yeah, because in the Wii game, the levels are sort of sorted by mission, which is like kind of what it's like in the N64 game. Every level is like mission 1 is Arkhangelsk, and that is like dam, facility, runway, or whatever. And then mission 2 is something else, whatever. And it's kind of like that in the Wii game, where like the first mission is the Arkhangelsk facility, with a couple of different levels. And then I want to say that mission 2 is where the nightclub is, like in Spain or whatever it was. And whatever we're doing now, we're in like Siberia to like the Severnaya base stuff or whatever. We cleared a few missions there. Now we're in Moscow. And I think in the Wii game, the final stretch is like, it's Cuba in the movie, but it's like Dubai or South Africa. I don't know. It's like some totally different location. I don't know. I guess it's relevant, but I'm just like trying to piece something together. Yeah, the archives is the level. Steal a tank. Yeah, I guess I guess that is implying that it's going to lead into the tank level. The tank level, which in the Wii game was pretty elaborate, by the way. All right, we have our pistol situation dealt with. Whoa, dude! Fighting in these narrow hallways is a bit fucked because, yeah, your aiming controls get all messed up. I literally shot like fucking 20 shotgun shells at the guy. Yeah, you're like better off running down the length of a hallway while firing a gun at someone. Okay, I blew myself up by shooting a an LCD monitor. Like walking down the length of a hallway, you cannot be expected to hit anything. Oh well, a lot of ammo for this. It's just stupid. I don't understand why the guns are so unreliable. I must know GoldenEye back to front by now, watching the film and playing 20 versions of the game. I mean, I've watched the film twice, but I guess it was like 2 years in between. 1.5 years or something like that. But that's the thing, like, none of the games, including the N64 one, are like a terribly faithful match to the sequence of events in the film, you know, so like it doesn't quite it muddies things up. Like, this is just stupid. Like, if a stray slug or bullet happens to land on someone's face, it's like, yeah, okay, that's a, you know, they die instantly. Okay, yep. It's good. But you just have to, like, pray, because aiming doesn't really, you know, doesn't really help. Like, I kind of want the assault rifle, because the shotgun seems stunningly worse. Like, none of the guns perform at range. But the shotgun, I guess, is like designed to not work at range. And if you're like close enough to where I guess it would work, then it doesn't really matter what weapon you're using. So I guess you might as well be punching them almost at that point, but could be a Daniel Craig versus Pierce Brosnan GoldenEye deathmatch mod. I mean, I would assume that like GoldenEye modding is a thing. Like, certainly adding multiplayer skins would be, well, I don't know about adding, but at least changing the ones that are there would probably be among the easier things. I know that I saw something about like a Goldfinger mod. That was like a full sort of campaign. I just turn around like more than 90 degrees by literally pressing nothing.
I have visual contact.
Like, the controls are awkward when they function as intended. So when they don't, feels pretty bad. Finish reloading. Whoa! On my phone. Okay. Killing all enemies type checkpoint. Let's see. Pick the pistol. The pistol doesn't seem meaningfully worse than the other weapons in this situation anyway. Fucking hell, the inconsistent turn speed is infuriating.
MI6 to Bond. We've got you in St. Petersburg. There's a general alarm for Russian troops. Are you all right?
I'll get back to you.
Again, weird, like, pitch. Like, high-pitched voice. Skip the prison. Pick up key card. Thank you very much. 6, 1, 5. Has any Bond games made the Bond lady interactions as, quote, sexy as the films? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, because for the most part, I mean, it's not as if there's a lot of... Like, it's pretty... Like, in terms of strictly the visuals on screen, you know, it usually is pretty tame. But as far as the games go, like, if there are... Oh, it's like in the next room. Okay. If there are like interactions, you know, it sort of comes down to like flirting and stuff. There's been, I mean, there's that part where you can you infiltrate this club or whatever in Everything or Nothing, and there's a lady lying there on a massage table. You can just give her a massage. I mean, frankly, there's like, in the grand scheme of things, there aren't a lot of scenes in a lot of games that have a lot of interaction between characters outside of like gameplay, you know? Oh, you can't try and change weapons while reloading. No, this is like a lamp or something. I didn't realize I was advancing. So what I mean by that is like there isn't specifically like, oh, they didn't include this part. It's like, oh, right. Because it's like, there isn't a lot of, like, it stands out in games like Everything or Nothing that have multiple scenes of like MI6, like M briefings and Q lab scenes and stuff. Because it's like scenes that aren't action. But of course, there's plenty of games that have Pierce Brosnan and whoever deliver a pithy one-liner, and the girl next to him goes, "Oh, James," or whatever, you know. It's not like that's absent, but it's more so that, you know, most elements that aren't shooting gun or driving car or explosion isn't necessarily going to be as prominent, or like, you know, the the resources in terms of making the game, you know, there's less resources dedicated to things that aren't the main things you're doing in the game. Gonna
Your best path out is through the archives. It's dangerous, but it's your fastest way out. Good luck.
That's all I would say. Checkpoint reached. Okay.
Prisoner, breach the archive.
Explode this monitor. If I can CRT, oh, I keep calling them CRTs. The like LED monitors are somehow a more lethal weapon than my automatic shotgun. It'll set the fun game apart from the others. I see. いきなりシャツかわいい。ありがとう。Got him. I do think they've done a good job of replicating the... he's behind me. Oh, the melee attack is super slow, too. Oh, annoying. They've done a good job of replicating the visuals of the equivalent level from the Wii game. Did I actually get him? I'm surprised. But that's one of the big reasons I'm excited for First Light. Not the sexy ladies part specifically or exclusively, but more so that like the social interactions and like experiencing the character of Bond outside of like combat situations is just not something that has been very emphasized in any of the games. And we will inevitably get to see far more of that than we ever have before. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna die because it takes 2 years to reload the gun. Like, this guy is getting shot full auto shotgun blasts to the crotch. And he's like somehow able to deal more damage to me than I am to him. Well, I mean, I think it's inevitable. Like a big budget console game in 2025, it doesn't like doesn't have to be IO Interactive doing anything in particular. It's just like it's gonna be the first Bond game in like 15 years. So of course the like character interactions and what have you are kind of by default just going to be more elaborate and more refined and more sort of subtle, and like just the scope of the game and everything is just naturally going to have more. There's going to be more room for that kind of thing, essentially. Having said that, I also do have a lot of faith in IO's ability and willingness to explore a lot of that stuff to make like a faithful, interesting kind of version of Bond and his universe. Oh. Like, legitimately, shooting the monitors is more effective than shooting the guys. It's preposterous. Yeah, I thought he like dove to the floor, but I guess he actually died. Okay, well maybe that was a thing I could shoot, but I guess not. Oh, that killed him. Monitor. There we go. Got it. Armor. I shot him with like 6 shotgun shells, but I still had to punch him. Checkpoint reached. We're making progress. Yeah, I'm sure the monitors are a security feature. Did a new guy spawn through the door? Yeah, I guess so. Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, he's reloading. Okay, I didn't realize. The pistol just is better, I guess. I started reloading, but... Oh, finish reloading. He didn't... I just punched like 3 times. It just didn't take.
You're almost there. Hurry, the robot's getting away.
Oh. Gonna die. Oh my god, I just remembered the finale of this level in the other game. And it's taking a couple of attempts. I was looking at the map, and then I like looked up and I just wasn't ready to shoot. Like they're making enemies spawn at the exact rate to not let you recover health reliably. Mashing the button, but I was in the middle of reloading, so I couldn't punch. Like, why would you even be advised to like sit back and recover health? When the game like specifically spawns enemies at a rate to prevent that. I didn't mean to stand up. Well, this seems more effective. Like, the sound of the gun is also not super imposing.
You're almost there. Hurry, the robot's getting away.
They have this ridiculous feeling of firing this little pop gun 8 times. Reloading. Oh, checkpoint. Good. Dude, stop auto turning. Like, it's so weird because there's a lot of things about this game, about the levels and everything that's like kind of cool. But a lot of these things that are quite bad are just like really quite baffling, like why they're even a thing. The opening level tutorial dared imply that shooting without aim down sights is supposed to have some kind of severe accuracy penalty.
He's closing in on the bunker.
That
Don't let him
clearly
get any
does not
closer.
appear to be the case. Okay, the gun I was standing on just despawned, I guess. I'll grab this because the shotgun is definitely shit. But I'm still actually going to use this. But I wanted to swap that because that'll give us the opportunity to start stockpiling more of the ammo. Okay. Okay, that was not his voice. Okay. A little scared of that guy behind me, like, suddenly rushing in, but... Alive is still on the map. The map is very useful for stuff like that. Okay, let me... He's like doubling over. His face is pointing at the floor. His gun is pointing like over there somewhere. And he's still shooting me. Like in the middle of his taking damage. They should have kept the hit stun mechanic from N64 GoldenEye. Steal a tank. Okay. Yeah, the very final section, you have to like fight your way through this big sort of hangar room, and you have to like activate a switch or whatever to raise an elevator with the tank. Whoa, they're fucking speedrunning it. But that was a lot simpler here. Oh, thank God. Oh, shit. Whoa. Okay. I was not expecting this to be that seamless, but I guess it makes sense. You know, there wouldn't be a long cutscene in between here. Oh, yeah. This leads to the whole train thing, because there's no actual train level. But I think the tank stage is called Station in the Wii game. Because the Wii game has like mission names like the N64 one. Because you chase the Oromov super train to a train station or something. I want to say at the end of the tank level you sort of catch up with the train. The train figures in there somewhere, but there's not a level when you're on the train proper. Okay. Why do I have a fucking wrench button? Oh no, we got some weird controls here. I have to use the D-pad to turn the tank. Dispatch them quickly, okay. Like I use the aiming buttons to... Okay. I was wondering if the wrench was for healing, and I guess it is. Drive over small... Yeah, so you have to like turn the tank. It was like sort of kind of cool, but it's a little
Try not to lose him, Bond.
awkward.
Come on, you can still catch him.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because you have to like... I thought I was supposed to run over cars. Didn't it just tell me I could do that? Oh, I guess they meant the abandoned cars parked on the street. Which I didn't see any, but take their word for it. I guess enemy black cars are not to be driven into. I didn't notice that I was like low on health or anything. Like a pretty chunky cooldown on the... Oh, those are the cars, I see. Okay.
On to MI6. I need you to track a Humvee through the streets of St. Petersburg. It's the one
Drive through
being
dudes
chased
at
by a
least.
tank.
Try not to lose him, Bond. Come on, you can still catch him. He's heading due north. Look out for those RPGs, Bond.
Oh, tank. Is it live? Okay. Low health. Okay, armor.
You can't afford to take any damage, even though your armor's going to slow you down.
I guess my shot just went through that tank. Oh, I have another weapon, but I don't know. Oh, checkpoint. Holy shit.
Look out
That's
for those RPGs, Bond.
good. I think it seems as though, like, if you hit
You can't afford to take any damage, even though your armor's it'll
a proper hit, like, takes out a tank in one shot.
Bond, you've got aerial targets inbound.
You know. I was about to say, like, in the other game, you have to, like, deal with the helicopters. Okay. Thing here, too, I guess. Turning is very slow.
Try not to lose him, Bond.
Checkpoint reached, that's good. That's kind of neat. The rate of fire is pretty slow. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's kind of a balance thing.
He's heading left.
Makes it a little annoying though.
Stay on course.
But yeah, I'm glad the checkpoints still are reasonably generous.
I've lost him.
He's taken a side route. Keep heading to your objective marker.
Alright, there we go. Construction site. Kind of remember this. I think overall they've done a pretty good job. Like, I mentioned the, like in the archives level, it kind of looks like the Wii game. Like the general vibe and aesthetics of the levels are all pretty intact. More than you might expect, frankly.
Bond, Arumov's headed for a railway, and it looks like there's a train waiting. Stop it before he gets away.
Okay, I see some explosive barrels. There we go. That wasn't as satisfying as maybe it could have been, but we're good on health. Let's get some armor back.
Hold your fire. Arumov's no good to us dead.
Oh, there's the train.
Understood.
Stop the train without damaging the passenger. I don't even know where I am. Okay. That wasn't too complicated. Keep remaking GoldenEye for the tank stage. I mean, it's a pretty memorable set piece. Ironically, the tank stuff in the N64 game is like a bit shit. Where it's like you're better off never touching the tank. But it was a pretty cool level in the Wii game, and it wasn't bad here either, I have to say. Didn't overstay its welcome. I appreciate that. There was something that... I had a red reticle on something. We got a bunch... Yeah, okay, so new level again. I keep thinking like, oh, let me just finish a level and maybe we'll wrap things up. And that was like one or two levels ago. Because we never get like a breather. But it's actually, I feel like been a while since we had any kind of cutscene. I guess it was before the archives. We had a little motion comic cutscene, whatever. We'll see if we get something at the end of this. Oh my god, because we're in this tight, narrow tunnel, we're gonna turn around at light speed. Would I prefer a generic Bond or based on an actor? I think it depends entirely on what you're... I want to pick up the weapons, but... oh, whatever. Well, like, I wouldn't use the word generic, like, in terms of
Drop your gun, Mr. Bond.
my preference.
Looks like your little adventure has come to an end.
The drop pistol interaction again.
What are you gonna do with the GoldenEye satellite?
I'm afraid that's no concern of yours. Give me the controller.
That was not the plan.
Don't give it to her. You know it's a fake, but she doesn't. She's gonna kill you either way.
Nice try. But that trick only works once. Give me the controller.
I thought I was supposed to give it to...
You thought wrong.
You thought wrong. Very unceremonious.
Take care of them. Enjoy your death, Mr. Bond.
Okay, but I
It's on
click
you.
a thing here to pick up my gun again. Yep. That was kind of cool. There's like a little QTE thing here in the other game, I think, with the, like the bullet time, whatever.
Thank you. I was afraid that... Never mind. Let's go.
I'll answer your question properly when I regain my composure. I guess might be now. I wasn't sure if there was going to be like a time thing.
It's locked.
I don't think Bond has to be a certain, like, there's, as evidenced by the multiple actors who have played him to great results.
To get out of here.
Good thing I didn't explode that, I guess. Never mind.
Thank you. I could have done that myself.
Try one of the others.
Hack. I like this.
Lockdown deactivated. Exterior access now enabled.
Come on.
I don't think Bond has to be a certain way. There's room for interpretations. Like, it's fine and cool to have, like, where's the tank? Do they have to tell me so I can stand next to it when it exploded?
Yes.
What happened?
Did you learn anything from Mortimer?
Did the helicopter crash?
He made a phone call. Something about a meeting tonight at the Statue Park.
I have a contact who can take care of you in town.
No, I am coming with you to the Statue
I'm a little
Park.
confused.
No, you're not.
Do you know how to disarm a GoldenEye weapon?
We'll argue about it on the way.
Alright.
I'm coming with you.
No, it's too dangerous. I'll be back.
Alright, I'll take a break there and I'll pause the timer here because I think we're probably going to wrap things up. It's we've been going for just about 4 hours on the dot. But yeah, let me finish my thoughts on that question. I think the more important part is like embodying the character in a way that feels faithful, that makes it feel like the character. I think if you look at a game like Agent Under Fire, which had technically an actor's likeness, but he like wasn't really credited or didn't really get like any kind of billing for it or anything, but it was not Pierce Brosnan, you know. It works fine. Like Bond isn't much of a character in that game, so like the representation of the character in my mind suffers far more from him not having much screen time, him not getting to do much, than him not looking like Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan's likeness was used in the subsequent games, but it wasn't until Everything or Nothing. I think that's the only game where he does the voice. Because Nightfire is definitely not his voice, and I forget if he... I mean, yeah, I guess he was in the earlier games, like GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies, Werewolf's Not Enough, but he didn't do voice in any of those games. And, like, you know, if you wanted to, you could do, you know, like the Indiana Jones game, you can replicate Sean Connery or Roger Moore or whoever and get a voice actor who can do a decent impression and, you know, give a good voice performance, which I think Troy Baker did an amazing job in the indie game. Like, if you wanted the feel of one specific actor, but I don't think you would have to do that, or, like, it made sense for From Russia with Love, even though, like, I get that it was a relatively big deal that they got Sean Connery, and, you know, but his performance isn't that amazing, and he sounds 96 years old, so it's like a little weird. Obviously, you know, you wouldn't have that exact issue with Connery or Moore, but, you know, they could get Pierce Brosnan or Timothy Dalton and have them do the voice, and it would, like, I don't think that would work super well. I mean, it's like that the Star Trek point and click adventure games, Judgment Rights and 25th Anniversary, where the pixel art's really awesome, but all the characters, like the Star Trek crew, all look like super buff mega athletic 25-year-olds, and all the actors are doing their voices when they're like in their 60s or however old they were. I think, yeah, somewhere around there. And there's like this weird, you know, disconnect between the way they look and the way they sound, and they don't sound like they did on the show. They don't really look like they did on the show, but they're closer to that. So I'm fine with, like, having someone else do the voice, but with Bond in particular, it seems like a you know, it would have to be an especially contrived thing where I think you would want to have multiple of them in the game if you wanted to specifically have them. Like GoldenEye was originally intended to have the other actors as playable characters in the multiplayer, but they had to cut that, or they did anyway. So, like, in the context of the IO game having their own Bond, I think that makes perfect sense. I don't think it makes any sense for that to be tied to any one film version of Bond, and especially with the story of this game being like kind of an origin story, so to speak. But they've also been pretty clear about their intention and ambition to keep doing multiple games with this version of Bond, and like that's going to be at risk really if you tie it up to something like, I mean, obviously at this point Daniel Craig's already done and everything, but let's say that game had come out 5 years ago and they got Daniel Craig, and then he's no longer Bond in the movies, but then you want to do a sequel, and it's like, there's a lot of weirdnesses there that I think you can dodge altogether. And I think that comes with the territory with making games nowadays. It was different back then when you could make a game, you know, about as quick as or faster than you would make the movies. But that's not really the case anymore. So I think ultimately, as we've seen in a lot of the games, like having the actor likeness isn't really that crucial. Like, I think the Game Boy game is awesome, and it has a high Bond quotient score because of all this fun stuff that's in it, but also the dialogue, like, it's a little cheeky, it's not parody, but it's kind of playing up a lot of the stuff. And that's true from Russia with Love and Everything or Nothing, and like all the Bond games that are like great Bond games, they play up all these like tropes and you know, memorable aspects and the kind of standout iconic things to 11, because that's kind of what you're there for. And as long as you do that, like, Bond's face having a particular look isn't at the end of the day that important, because again, I mean, I'm sure there are some fans who would say that they love one particular actor's tenure as Bond and nothing else matters at all, but like most people, most Bond fans don't think of it that way. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, or in fact I think it's like, as long as the actor makes sense for what you're doing. Like for this game, I think it's weird that it's Daniel Craig. I mean, setting aside the fact that it's like remaking one specific old Bond movie and casting Bond with a different Bond actor, like that's already kind of weird. But in a hypothetical scenario where you remade, I don't know, License to Kill, and you can't, I mean, again, nowadays it wouldn't happen because like things are so different with like IP and licensing and brands and whatever. But hypothetically, if at some point in history when that film wasn't current, that they wanted to make a game of that, I feel like I would rather have a generic, you know, non Timothy Dalton than I would Daniel Craig. Because there's kind of a weird disconnect. Of course, like at that point you're gonna say, well, why isn't it Timothy Dalton? But I don't know, you know, there's like the Mission Impossible games. They don't have any Tom Cruise isn't anywhere in those because he never licenses his likeness for anything. So you have like the Xbox Mission Impossible game that has Ving Rhames. Like Ving Rhames' face and voice is in the game, but Tom Cruise isn't. And you know, at the time at least, they still deemed that to be like workable enough, and I would, you know, be inclined to agree. So ultimately, I don't think it's that important of a factor, but I also don't think it's like if you were to do it, it could still be really cool. I think it is largely pretty cool in From Russia with Love. Like it suffers a little bit from Connery sounding so old. And it also has a game, generally speaking, not being as good as Everything or Nothing. Like, I think the issue I have with the Roger Moore idea, although you could say the same from Russia with Love, I suppose, is that I don't know if any of his games offhand would make for a great game. But I mean, From Russia with Love is such a strange choice because that film is so not an action movie. It's a great movie. Easily one of the best Bond films, but it's like a peculiar pick for an action game adaptation. And of course they add, you know, turret sections and like a giant robot final boss and shit. So I guess you could do that with A View to a Kill or whatever. But even if it wasn't based on a particular film, like it'd be cool to see like Roger Moore's Bond get his like Everything or Nothing. I think that would be so cool. Or even, you know, a new version of 007 Legends, which is a game I'm really looking forward to playing. Like, I know it's not supposed to be good, but I'm still excited for it. It has like one film from each of the actors, and then it has like a couple of scenes from that film. It doesn't have the actors, like it's all Daniel Craig, which is unfortunate, but something like that I think could be really cool. Anyway, let me, before we wrap things up fully, let's exit out here. And see if we can figure out this whole intel situation. Unlock custom art with intel found in either campaign or time trials. Okay, so you find... Wait, image... Oh, okay, no, we just have to get them in order. Wait, what is this? Touch a locked... Oh, okay. We have to spend intel. And then we have to do Okay, so can we... Okay, we can... Okay, it's not a sliding puzzle. Okay, so we get all 9 here, I guess. This is like kind of funny. Down here, maybe? Yep. I'm struggling a little bit to understand what I'm kind of even looking at. I mean, it's a kind of a... It's a satellite dish. Get that much. Oh, yeah. Oh, they rotate. I was thinking it didn't make a lot of sense. Looks like a direction of flame. There we go. Image decrypted. You can now access the next image. This wasn't a very exciting image to unlock. I thought it would be like concept art or something, but no, it's... Alright, okay, cool. What a weird little feature. Custom art. Okay. So there's no, like, there's continue. Well, actually, let's pick continue. Maybe we do get some kind of level select. No, we just... That's so weird.
No.
So you can't, like, get any kind of...
I'll be back.
I don't know. I guess we have to finish the campaign to access the time trials that they're talking about, because I can't see anything about time trials. Anyway, very mixed feelings on this game so far. It is occasionally infuriating. It's got some cool graphics for sure. I think it's kind of bringing, like, I wasn't super impressed with the first stage, because in the original it has like it kind of you know, they kind of front load it with set piece stuff with a big truck action scene and everything. And that didn't really happen in this version, so I wasn't really like, okay, it's gonna be, you know, walking through hallways, and then we were interrupted very frequently by some kind of gimmicky interactions. But I think it's still, compared to some of the other portable Bond FPSs, this one does a better job of having like distinct set piece moments and like breaking things up by not having it be super monotonous. The pacing of the levels aren't bad, like checkpoints are pretty generous. There's a lot of things like that that's like cool and easy to enjoy and appreciate, but then you have to like fight enemies and then it's like, oh fuck, this game's a bit of a chore. So I don't know, we'll see if you know, the last couple of levels will have more cool moments, because the last, like the final level in the Wii game was a bit of a gauntlet, and especially because when we played it, the game crashed like very late into the final level, and we had to redo the final level from the beginning, and the levels are really quite long in that game, so that was pretty bad. But I trust that we won't have such issues with this game. This will be it for me today, though. Regular stream schedule would indicate that my next stream is on Saturday. I may, however, be out of town Saturday. It's a little bit up in the air. I'm not sure. But there may be a slight shift in schedule. If I don't stream Saturday, it's possible that I will do another stream another day instead. But it's a little bit up in the air. If I make changes to the schedule, I will make announcements on Discord. So keep an eye there. And/or don't be super shocked if I'm not here to stream on Saturday. Let's see who we shall raid. Let's see, we got a lot of folks live as usual. Always bored and confused as to who we shall raid, but I guess we can raid Geneva Lee if she's still it's been going for a while. I'm not sure if no, I guess she's offline. Never mind. Yeah, she went offline while I was contemplating who to raid. I guess we're not raiding Geneva Lee this time. Well, I guess we're raiding Dino, please. Always a reliable option. Whoa, be quiet. Be quiet. Pinball looks pretty good. Battle Pinball for the 3DO. Very powered looking game. Anyway, I'm feeling flustered because of this game is been relentless. I've been kind of enjoying it, but I'm frankly looking forward to being done with it. Yeah, with the pace at which we have been going, I would not be shocked if we actually do finish this next time. I hope so anyway. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. Go say hi to Dino, enjoy some 3DO pinball and what have you. And I'll see you next.